1 2 1 2 testing 1 2.
And a pleasant good morning and welcome to the Mindoo Phillip Park. We are now witnessing the second display, second inning of the Central Castires batting. The first innings was skittled out for 136, and Gros certainly was able to wipe out that score yesterday and already with a lead. Central, they are still trailing by 151. So certainly a big day ahead of the Central Castries team. They first need to overhaul that deficit and then to post a total that could be competitive. So good bowling there by Davenport, opening the attack this morning for the Gros team. So the overnight batsman, Theo Edward and Amari Venner. Edward won, Venner yet to open up his account. A good bit of sim movement there, so good over completed there by Davenport, a maiden. So certainly Grosley would be the happier of the two teams, having secured first inning points from yesterday. You had a good batting performance from Noel Leo, who got 130 runs. Good contribution also from Jad Goodman. So there's going to be Jadel Cyril to pick up the attack. Yesterday we saw Beyond Fanis bowl the solitary over. So this one, when it pushes it into the square leg region, no run resulting. So Central Castries would need to get somewhere around 300, 320, 350 runs thereabouts. Because certainly second inning they would need at least minimum 150 runs to pose a challenge. So it's a good balancing act for them today, in the sense that they need to score quickly. They can ill afford to lose wicket in clusters, and at the same time they need to give themselves sufficient time to be able to bowl out grossly. Again, Venner in defense pushes down to the short mid-off region where Jad Goodman comes across from the short cover. Good delivery again there by Cyril. Pretty much on the money, having Venner playing at just about every delivery. Oh, this one, chance of a possible run out, but it was to his left, so he had to go over wrong, which made it a bit difficult. But good communication between the batsmen. They called for the run and immediately they took off. So Venner finally has opened his account. Moves on to 1, free without loss. Again, well bowled, well played. Theo Edwards in defense pushes it out to the man at short cover. No run resultant, so a good over completed there by Jadal Cyril. Just considering 1 run, first over for him for the day. Pretty much had the batsman playing at every delivery. Certainly, Gros would want to make very early inroads. Central Castires would have to score more runs in the second inning than they did in the first innings. Mindoo Phillip Park bathed in sunshine. Good condition for batting. This one wide outside the off stump and called wide by the umpire. So Ford looking to push this one across the batsman. And went extremely wide on this occasion and was penalized. Good shot there, driven straight towards the offside. The man at the Noel Leo at mid-off could not come across to stop in time, and the ball just raced across the ground for 4. So good delightful shot there by Amari Venner. This one is up on his toes, looking to punch it towards the backward point region. Ball coming off the inner portion of the bat, really did not get the sort of timing that he would have wanted. So certainly Davenport has shown he has the ability to move the ball both ways. And this one wide outside the off stump. He appears that he has more control with the in-swinger to the right, to the left-hander. But the one that goes away is unable to start it just about off stump or just slightly outside off stump. It's way too wide, not interesting the batsman in playing a shot. And much better delivery this time. Really drew him into the drive, and fortunate for him, did not get a touch. So good response there by Ford. This one short and wide outside the off stump. When the shoulders arms, allow the ball to go through to the keeper. It's always a good sign as an opener to know which deliveries to play at and which set of deliveries to allow to go through to the keeper. And again, this one just outside the off stump. Half volley. Really enticing winner to go for the big drive. But they don't make contact and the ball went through to the keeper. So at the end of for the second over, the score moves on to 8 without loss. A very slow start, one would say, by the Central Castries team, but they have not been given too many freebies in the process. So serial to continue from the northern end. And this one, good lofted drive there by Theo over the cover fielder. It's going to go close to the boundary. The grass is a bit thick out there. And they are coming back for the third run. So certainly a bit of slow running between the wickets there. The batsman Theo probably thought that the ball would have rolled into the boundary, but the grass had the northern part of the field is a bit on the thick side. So the ball is not racing as much as it would towards the towards the southern side and the Caddy Pavilion side, which would be the western side. Short ball outside the off stump, looking to force this one off the back foot. Bit of bounce there, more than he anticipated. So the southern end of the wicket from yesterday seems to be a bit more bouncier than the northern end. We saw the likes of Dylan John getting a fair bit of purchase out of the wicket. Even Bjork Funnis, when he bowled the solitary over yesterday afternoon, really had a few whizzing past the nose of Theo Edwards. So certainly if the fast bowlers put in the effort, they're going to be getting the sort of desired response. So we have lost the sunshine momentarily at the Mindoo Phillip Park, a bit overcast. No immediate threat of rain, but certainly at the starting of the day's play, we had brilliant sunshine and we have certainly lost it. Short delivery there. Venna gets on top of this one, plays it to the man at the backward point region. No run resulting. So good, decent bowling so far by Cyril. With the exception of the one-half volley that he bowled to Theo Edwards, which he lofted over the short cover region. He certainly has bowled more of a back of a length sort of line and length, and has not made it too easy for the batters to put those balls away. So the end of another good over. Just 3 runs coming off his second over. After 2, he has only considered 4 runs. So after 5 overs, Central Castries 11 without loss. So at some point in time, they would need to up the ante, because they certainly need to wipe out that deficit as quickly as possible, and to insert Gros in at least by tea. They need to give themselves at least 1 session to see if it's possible to bowl out the Gros team. So good start to the over again there by Ford, bringing Edward in defense. Good delivery there. Good Yorker length delivery. Edward could do no more than come down hard on it. Ball goes to Leo at the short mid-on region. So far, the opening bowlers for Gros have really kept things on a tight rein. Again, another good delivery brings Edward forward in defense. Bowlers have not picked up any wicket this morning, but certainly have kept things very tight. And this one is driven for the covers rib. Brilliantly there by Theo Edward. Not a man move except the man who is going to retrieve the ball from the boundary. Exquisitely driven through the point region for 4. So, just as I indicate, at some point in time they would need to up the ante. Theo may have said, okay, he has had a sighter. He has been there for a few overs, and it's time to get down to put in some runs on the board. So let's see what the response of Darwin Ford would be. I think no fast bowler like to be spunked like that through the covers. Good delivery there, looking to attack the stumps, bring Theo in defense. So generally the bowlers, they have bowled sort of a back of a length, not really giving the batsmen those balls to drive so freely, and certainly the previous delivery perhaps looking for a bit of swing, and so the juicy half volley and was punished in the process. Again, this one slightly back of a length. Edward back in defense. So Davenport may have just experimented with one delivery and he paid the price. So good end to the over. 2 dot deliveries. 15 without loss after 6. For 3 overs for 9 runs. Cyril 2 overs for 4 runs. And Fanny bowled the solitary over yesterday. Only considered 2 runs. So certainly good economy rate there for the bowlers. Fanny's 2, Ford 3, and Jadel Cyril 2. So they have bowled some 6 overs so far and only conceding 15 runs. First delivery of a new over there by Castires outside the off stump. Vena not interested in playing any shot. No ball signal there by umpire. So Cyril looking to put in the extra effort. Four runs. This one angling into the pads. And Vena just worked this one down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So Cyril on this occasion just missing his line. And 4 welcome runs there for the Central Castries team. So that takes them up to 20. Vena moves on to 9. And this one outside the off stamp. Cyril outside the off stump again, not inviting Venat in playing a shot. Bit too wide. So another over has come to the end there by Cyril. He's completed 3 overs for 9 runs. And a very sedate start there by the Central Castries team. I think they are certainly missing the plot at at this point in time. They need to be a bit more positive because they are still 143 runs in arrears, and certainly they have lost first inning, so they need to wipe out that deficit as quickly as possible and start putting runs on the board for Gros to reply. Good Yorker length, full delivery there. Theo can do no more. Just come down hard on this one. Or just to place it through to the mid-on region where Noel Leo does the fielding. So this one is played towards the mid-wicket region where they scamper through for a comfortable single. So one more to Edward. He moves on to 9. So the field changes over for the left-hander Amari Venner. So Edwards being a right-hander, Venner the left-hander. Again, this one wide outside the off-stump and called wide by the umpire. So it's Ford struggling a bit to the left-hander, looking to get the ball across. And certainly starting the ball a bit too wide and been penalized in the process. So it needs to get it closer to the off stump or just outside the off stump. And this one again, just angling across. Does not interest when I'm playing a shot. Definitely too wide. Another delivery outside the off stump. So Venner certainly picking up the line of the delivery very early and allows it to go through to the keeper once it's not threatening the stump. And this one goes hard at a pitch, a half volley outside the off stump. Ball peeling off the outer edge and goes over the outstretched hands of Tariq Edward down to the footman boundary for 4. So certainly Venner through the kitchen sink at this one and got a meaty edge. It was very productive for him, resulting in 4 runs. So he has moved on to 13. They scored 26 without loss. So Ford can be encouraged by that shot. Certainly he's been looking to pitch that delivery just outside the off stump. And on this occasion, much straighter delivery. Venner in defense, pushes it up to Leo at the short mid-off region. No run resulting, and it's the end of another over. So at the end of 8, Central Castires, they moved on to 26 without loss. Edward 9, Venner 14. So very slow going by this two. So it looked like there's going to be a change in bowling from the northern end. Beyond Fanis, he bowled the solitary over yesterday in the Central Castries second innings. And our statistician has just told us that he had 5 for 22 in the first innings. So certainly he would be buoyed at this point. He would want to replicate that sort of performance or perhaps even better. Certainly we saw a few quick deliveries yesterday afternoon in the fading light to Theo Edward. Short delivery. Edward gets on top of this one. Guides it to the man at the backward point region. No run resulting. This one plays it on the up over the point region. It has risen to the fence for 4. So Theo Edward certainly is prepared to fight fire with fire. Ball really back of the lane, but punches it off the back foot. Delightful shot there by Theo Edward for 4. So Fanis certainly is not going to take that too lightly. Let's see whether we're going to see typical fast bowlers respond. Some chin music there. And this one, Theo Edward jumping back and looking to turn a delivery that he could have just turned down to the backward square region, or if he was inclined, perhaps could have pulled it over the square leg region. But he was looking to play defense and offense at the same time. And Theo Edward really not comfortable with the short delivery, looking to back away and perhaps looking to run this one between the second slip and the man at point, but that ball was just about middle and leg and kept following him, so he was really cramped for room. And Captain Melius is making some adjustments in the field. Quick delivery there from Fanis. So he has realized that Theo Edward is not comfortable with the short deliveries, and in our local parlance, he's certainly going to pepper him. So good bit of pace generated there by Fanis in his very first over, so one could only imagine when he really warms up by his perhaps third or fourth over, he could really crank it up. So good signs. We were indicating just a little earlier on that genuine fast bowling is something that is lacking not only in St. Lucia but in the region And it's nice to see young Fanis running in and putting in the effort, and he's getting the response from the track at the Mindoo Phillip Park. So it looks like the Gros captain has resorted to spin very early after just 9 overs, and it was passing strange that yesterday took Central Castires so long. Actually, we had 5 seamers bowled before a spinner was introduced. After 30 overs, I was told by the statistician. So, Tariq Edward. First delivery to Venner brings him forward. This one is split off the pad into the short mid-wicket region. They've gone for one, thinking of a second. It's not on. Cornell Cock very quick across the ground. So quick discussion there between captain and bowler. So Edward coming around the wicket there to Theo Edward. So it's an all Edward affairs. Tariq Edward to Theo Edward. And this one, he has gone big. It has gone all the way for 6, yes. Over the long on boundary. Certainly did not get that ball coming off the middle of the bat, but had enough to travel over the boundary for 6. So first 6 of the inning. Moves on to 19, Theo Edward on the score 37. And this one down the leg side. Looking to sweep this one towards the backward square region. Not making any contact, so certainly missed out on an opportunity. A good delivery brings him forward. Good end to the over. So Tariq Edward has completed his first over, considered some 7 runs. The most expensive we have seen so far in the 10 overs that has been bowled by Gros. Central Castries still trailed by 116 runs. So Fanis, we saw in his first over this morning, really crunked up a few short ones. So he will be bowling to Venner. Good delivery there at the batsman. Venner certainly correct in defense, plays it back to the bowler. ball signal there by the umpire. Fan is certainly putting in the effort, running in hard. Something you see really lacking with our fast bowlers, where they really run to the crease. Most of them, one would think they're just ambling, but he's really putting in the effort. And also a nice follow through. So one would hope that young Fanis can strengthen his body, get a little stronger. And certainly, I think he can be a handful. Just need to remain healthy. A lot of fast bowlers tend to be very prone to injury. And this one is played to the right of Goodman at the backward point region. They've gone for one finger of a second. And not the best communication between Edward and Venner. Certainly Edward was interested in Sue. Venner, I think, was happy to get out of the line of fire. Against fast bowling, I think the best place to be against fast bowling is at the non-striker's end. So I really cannot blame Venner for not wanting to be down there. Again, Edward's looking to back away. So he certainly is not comfortable against the quick stuff, and certainly he's going to be found out very early, and wood tends to go wrong, and we are also streaming, so players are going to be seeing his weakness. And like I would say, if he needs to drive, he may have to walk with his ladder when he's batting, because not too many fast bowlers are going to pitch up any delivery to you if they realize that you're not comfortable against the back of a lane for short delivery. So this one, he was well behind. Played it back to the man at the short mid-off region. So good end to the over. So after 11, 39 without loss, they're still trailing by 114 runs. this occasion, Edwards played across the line, playing a bit dangerously there. Certainly was caught in two minds as to whether he should have played the ball through the mid-wicket or play straight. And at the end, opted for the cross-batted shot. And fortunate enough for him, he got some bat. So Venner comes in defense, pushes up to Goodman at the short cover region. No run resulting. So 43 after 12, certainly a much better start to this inning than the first inning. At this stage, our statistician Roland Cox indicated Central Castries they had lost 3 wickets already. But certainly they need to still be a bit more positive, because they have already lost on first innings and they are playing catch up there. Still 110 runs adrift. This one, short delivery, gone for the pull shot, up in the air, and is out caught there. So Edwards certainly has really fell for the trap. Look to take on the shot pitch delivery there by Fanis. And this one struck a bit high on the bat, is indicating to one of the fielders. But certainly he never showed that he was comfortable out there to the short pitch bowling. And this is one thing as an opener that he would need to work hard at overcoming, because certainly he's going to be found out all over St. Lucia and the region that he does not like or not comfortable against the short pitch bowling, and he certainly will be peppered in his career. So he has to go back to the nets and work hard at overcoming that deficiency. So Gros, certainly they would be happy. They have struck early enough this morning to see the back of Edward. See you, Edward. So the new batsman, Jamal James, certainly former Central Castries captain. He has represented St. Lucia. He's been part of the Widow and the Volcano setup. Certainly very experienced. So Fun is continuing to run in hard, having tasted success very early in the over. He certainly would be buoyed by his success this morning. First inning, he picked up some 5 wickets for 22 runs. So he's certainly 6 wickets so far in the game. This one short to Jamal James. Drops the hand and allow it to go through to wicketkeeper Dominic Ogis. This one angling down the leg side. James looking to tickle it towards the fine leg region, but a man has been posted at short. The short fine leg region. So there's no chance of a run. Ball went straight through him. So Fan is so far 3.5 overs, 8 runs, 1 wicket. This one short delivery there, coming off the shoulder of James. Certainly, clearly, you could see him dropping the hands and taking this one off the shoulder to the keeper. So certainly Fan is really enjoying that spell of bowling. He's really putting in the effort. So the last over there, maiden wicket. He got the wicket of Theo Edwards. Caught Jad Goodman for 20. 43 for the loss of 1, Central Castires. So Tariq Edward to continue. He's into his third over. And on this occasion brings Venner forward, plays it back to the bowler. Another tossed up delivery there. Again, Venner just comes forward, plays it back to the bowler. So Venner perhaps just buying his time. And this one is tossed up outside the off stump, inviting him for the drive. It has gone through the extra cover region and it has hit the rope now. So 4 delightful runs there for Amari Venner. Certainly choosing the right deliveries to go after. This one was tossed up outside the off stump. Did not need a second invitation. And he has gotten 4 runs in the process. So he's moved on to 19. Central Castires 47 for the loss of 1. They are still 106 runs for the drift to make Gros bat again. And this one just angling down the leg side, pushes it into the short square leg region. 1 run resulting. So Jamal James will be taking strike at the northern end for the first time. There's some movement in the field. Noel Leo has been posted at the silly mid-off region. Jad Goodman has replaced him in slip. So a man at point, backward point, the extra cover. This one wide outside the off stump. Not threatening the stumps in any way. James just shadowing it into the keeper's gloves. And this one is tossed up and looks like it's gonna go all the way for 6. So tossed up delivery outside the off stump, and Jamal James, he has played the lofted drive over the long off region. So a good productive over for the Central Castires team. They have moved on to 54 with that 6, and for the first time this morning we're going to say good morning and welcome to Joseph Sendmoff.
Good morning, Greg. Good morning, listeners and viewers. And we witnessing a game there between Central Castires and Gros in the St. Lucia National Cricket Association today competition. We can recall yesterday, Gros won the toss and sent in Central Castires, and they were bowled out for 146. From there on, I think they lose the game there. And Gros responded with 289, I think, and they had a lead of 153. And in the second inning, Central Castires, they are 54 for 1. So it's either a first innings win for Gros, or it will end up in a draw, but Central Castires is really out of it.
Well, I sort of beg to differ because there's still a lot of time in the game. Joseph St. Mark with some 99 runs. With the amount of T10 and T20 cricket that's been played right now, that runs could easily be wiped out within 10, say 12 overs, and 150 runs, 120, 150 runs, second inning. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainty, so anything can happen. There's still a lot of time in the game, so I would not completely write off Central Castires, but advantage, one would say, certainly is in the favor of Gros at this point. So another quick delivery there by Fannis, looking to take evasive action. The ball came off, or by signal there by the umpire. My apologies to. I thought it came off the shoulder or the back of the batsman. But certainly very quick delivery there, angling down the leg side, and Dominic Ogies, the keeper, could not get across quickly in time to stop the ball. So 4 additional runs there to the Central Castires team. So Fan is really steaming in. And this one to Venner. Equal in defense, pushes down to the fielder at the mid-on region. No run resulting. So far, Fannis has been very impressive, very express pace. It's a while now we have not seen a fast bowler have the batters feeling uncomfortable out in the middle like he has today. I could only imagine what it could be like seeing him on a green surface up at the Darren Sammy. And this one again, back of a length, really sticking Amari Venner, crumping him for room. So good aggressive bowling there by young Fannis there, Joseph Sandwaf.
Yes, good hostility And what I like about him, he doesn't stray too much. He's always on a very good line and length, and that's the hallmark of a good bowler. So we wish that he will go from strength to strength.
Yes, I did indicate a little early on. Just hope that he could get a bit stronger and he can remain fit. Certainly, there's a buzz of excitement when he's bowling, when he's running up. Again, this one shot. And Venner looking to get on top of this one. Just manages to place it to the fielder Jad Goodman at the gully region. So certainly a good prospect for the future there for St. Lucia. It's a good positive shot there by Venner on this occasion. Standing up tall and just pushes this one back to the bowler. So Venner certainly is in survival mode there. Fannis is into his 4th over for the day, his 5th overall. So certainly we're hearing quite a bit of chipping out in the middle there. The Grizzly fielders, they are encouraging Fannis to run in hard. And again, this one back of a length. Not getting the sort of bounce that he probably would have won. Not any disconcerting bounce. Venner very much equal to the task. Plays it back to the bowler. So the end of a good over there by young Fannis.
Yes, a very good over. Had a lot of pace and bounce there. Good line, good length. But I must give Venner some credit. I thought he handled Fannis very efficient. And so a very good game is being played out there in the middle between the two teams.
So at the end of the first hour, we're just going to recap. Theo Edward caught Jad Goodman ball. Fannis for 20. Amari Venner is not out 20. Jamal James has only faced 7 deliveries. He's on 6 not out. And the successful bowler for today, young Fannis, just picked up 1 wicket for 8 runs. He just bowled some 4 overs today. Davin Ford 4 overs, 1 maiden for 15 runs. Cyril 3 overs for 9 runs. And Tariq Edward, the off spinner, 3 overs for 19 runs, the most expensive of the 4 bowlers so far. So at this point in time, I have taken a water break. Takwe Jobo Maya pa din transport on. Kite wo mu debe kato ya zo. Apporter un jeep. C'est pas ça, moi, d'eau. Moi, d'eau, si moi, apporter un jeep, c'est pas ça, vous regardez, moi. Non, mais il faut faire combien ça? Oh, ça. Et puis, mon hâte d'abord, donc, il est ça. On oublier qu'on est au mon hâte d'abord, donc. C'est pas ça, c'est pas tout ça, on s'en va jouer. Ah, bon, mais moi, ça. Weakness, un chien, donc, c'est jeep là. Ouais, moi, m'a dit, oui, weakness, quoi, weakness. understanding what you're saying. You're speaking part of you understand.
I didn't hear anything.
You concentrated on the job there.
What's the condition of the wicket down by your side?
The whole ground. Right now, they've now cutting back the grass because you couldn't go and walk through like a forest in there. Because no, they dump a hose at the soil. They say since before Christmas they were supposed to let it out up and out. They come with a grade and do everything at the bottom and they just understand.
Yeah, we have to, yes,
And they were trying in the heart of the election that was.
Yeah, guys, I was telling Michelle that when this coming year, guys, we need to fund some veteran cricket, go on, have a few exchanges, January, Suzel, Monrepo.
One trade ball, everything I want.
Yeah, we are telling him we need to, at least, you run a competition with at least 4 teams that have ground. You understand? So every weekend, if it's 4 teams, you have somebody could go across. If here have cricket on, you can't come here. At least if you play against Denver, you go to Denver and play. Monrepo has 2 fields, that's more than 2 fields. I mean, you have the Pascal field, you have the Wayne, you have the small one by the school. You would go there. Suzel has, plus you have, so it's Suzel, you can't play Suzel because you play. You understand? So you start away from this 40. That way one of the very few countries that don't have any veteran cricket going on. And I keep telling you, you cannot expect the association to invest money in grown-ups men. No. We are playing for trophies and monetary prize so much. This is what they find out the game you're playing for. So who you want to organize that for you? You understand? So who you want to organize the game for you? So you going to wait on association to put on competition for veterans? But that's not going to happen and I will not support that. That is men who are in position, persons who can make a phone call also to get a sponsorship, get a case of water, get this, get that. And you tell me we can organize something for ourselves? I mean, come on now. I keep telling you guys, who y'all want to organize this stuff? Why we don't have to organize for ourselves? At the end of the day, when you have diabetes, who paying the medication for you? You don't have to pay it. Why you not saying somebody paying medication for you? So you don't have to do what you have to do, guys? Jovem commence à parler de moi de ce que moi là, 3 miss call, ma ça qui est bon.
So we are back here at the Mindoo Phillip back after the water break for the first hour. And the play will be resuming in a while. Central Castires in the second innings, 58 for 1. Remember, Gros had a lead of 153, Coxie? 153 lead, Grizzly? No, I know. Yeah, they're behind by 95, okay. Yeah, so still have a lot of work to be done there by the Central Castries batsmen. And it will be a very tough ask. So umpire Ali has just signaled to Roland Cox, the statistician, that they're about to resume, and it's Tariq Edward to bowl to Jamal James. James gets a delivery outside the off stump. It's stand up straight and plays it into the cover area. And there is no run. Tariq Edward, he is making some adjustments He has put in the first slip. He has a silly mid-off. He has a straight mid-off, mid-wicket. I break as he bowls to Jamal again. Similar delivery, similar shot into the cover area, no run. Cover, extra cover. Mid-off halfway to the boundary. And on the onside, he has a mid-on and a deep backward square as another delivery, that one angled down the leg side, and Jamal James flicking it off his pads down to the whitish fine leg area, and they go for 2. So 2 more to the total. 60 for 1 as I welcome back Greg Wilson.
So Edward halfway in the over. Central Castires, they are still trailing by 93 runs. And one would hope that they need to be a little more positive and see how close they could get to erasing that 93 runs by the luncheon interval. So they will still have 2 sessions. And this one is driven and straight to the captain, Melius, at the short mid-off region, and he certainly did not collect cleanly, allow an easy single. So Edward should be very happy. He is getting to bowl to 2 left-handers. Easy, very easy to settle into a line and limb. This one is struck on the back pad, appeal for. Perhaps was angling down the leg side. What do you think, Joseph Sinmouth?
Yeah, it look close, but the umpire is in a better position. You said it was the back pad it touched, Greg? To me, I said it was the front pad, but anyway, no damage done.
This one looking to turn it into the leg side. It has fallen short of the man at the short leg region. So the end of another tight over there by Tariq Edward. 61 for 1. As I was indicating, Joseph Sinmouth, the Central Castries batters certainly need to be a little more positive, because they already have lost on first innings, and it's pointless batting the way they are. It's not going to change the price of coffee. It's not going to change the result. So they now have to force the game. The onus is on them to take the initiative, take the fight to the Grizzly team. You know, because Grizzly now could just go through the motion. They have already won first inning. But Central now need to erase that 92 run that they are still in arrears, and then look to score at least minimum 120, 150 runs and try to make a fight out of it. So somehow, I don't know what is the strategy coming into this play. They are very cautious in their approach, and the first inning one would have expected them to really put their head down and bat, and we saw they were pretty much in T20 mode rather than being in test match mode, so to speak. Now they are behind the 8 ball. What you expect them to switch into T20 or T10 mode, and it is the exact opposite that is being done now. So I mean, it's really strange, the sort of approach that we are seeing. I mean, I would expect that the captain, Stephen Natron, perhaps would be coming in at 3, because you need, like I said, to erase that deficit as quickly as possible and to set runs. And we know Stephen Natron on any given day, he can really take the attack to just about any bowling attack down here in St. Lucia. And this one got in line and whips this one over the long leg region for 6. So young Funnis, certainly on this occasion, has been dispatched over the boundary for 6 by Amari Venner. It's a question of wanting to fight fire with fire.
Very good shot by Omari Venner. Fannis losing his line there for a while, and one down the leg side, and Venner helping it on its way. But I'm impressed with Venner. He's playing each ball on its merit, and he has a very good head on his shoulder. So I'm impressed with him.
Well, from the under 15 level, he has always displayed, that sort of maturity. I remember a tournament I saw Winward's under 15, and he batted really well for St. Lucia. So he certainly has the temperament to bat long innings. But like I said, the situation, what it requires now, is to be a little more positive. Not only from him, but from the entire team. The approach needed to be a bit different.
Yes, as I indicated to you earlier, they really put themselves out of this match by scoring just 146 in the first innings. They beat themselves, so to speak.
Well, like I said, yes, you have lost on first inning, but the deficit is not 250, 300 runs that they need to erase. We know in local cricket it is possible for a team to be bowled out in less than 30 overs. It has happened on numerous occasions. You understand? But, I mean, it's a question where if you are already behind the 8 ball, you now have to force the initiative. You cannot just go through the motion. It will not change the outcome of the game. You now have to force the issue, and I find they're not doing that. So it's almost like we have resigned, okay, we have lost first innings and we have lost the game. But you're talking about a finals, you're playing a national finals. And this one perfectly driven on the up there, beautifully through the extra cover region. It's going to go close to the boundary. They have gone for 2. So certainly, for me, that is the shot of the day. Really standing up to the fast bowler and just punching him through the cover region. Really textbook style.
Yeah, as I said, I am impressed with him, and so far he's continuing to play positive cricket. And that was a top-class shot to drive on the up fast bowler. And he has talent, and so he has to just go from strength to strength, and he will be a very good player in the future because he's still young.
Again, Venner pushes this one back to the bowler, who has just completed his 5th over for the day. So he basically has had the longest spell so far. Haven't taken 5 wickets in the first inning, and he has picked up the 1 wicket to have fallen today. But again, back to our discussion in terms of you thinking that the game, is probably over and done with by just scoring 136 runs. I'm saying that there is still a lot of time. We are only into the 17th over, and I'm certain we're probably looking at anything about 85 to 90 overs for the day. So there's a lot of overs left. It's a lot of overs. So what I'm saying, if Central can decide that at least we need 45, 40 overs to bowl at Gros. So we need X amount of overs to erase the deficit. We need X amount of overs to set a lead. So this is what I think they really needed to take into consideration. But I clearly understand they do not want to just be giving away the wickets. But that should have been the approach in the first inning, like I said. So it's almost you're playing your second innings, you play your first innings. You know, it's the reverse. Now they should be really in attacking mode, and we're not seeing that.
So hence the reason why I concur that, and I believe in that they lose the game by scoring 146.
And this one is firmly driven there by Jamal James. The man at the cover region comes to his left, but unable to stop the ball, and it has gone through for a single. So with that single, James moves on to 11. Castires moves on to 71. This one is driven to the fielder at the mid-on region, unable to come in quickly enough to prevent the runs. So one more to the score. 72. The end of Tariq Edwards' fifth over. So Venner, he is slowly moved up to 29 of 59 deliveries. 4 fours and 1 6.
And Mrs. He said sometimes the mic is on, but she hear no the conversation going on. Yeah, on the mic. Probably, yeah, make sure you turn off, man.
Every time. So Cyril is back into the attack. Jodel Cyril. He had a spell of 3 overs this morning. Actually opened up from the northern end. And this one is driven. Ball coming off the inner portion of the bat. Went very quickly to the man at the backward square region. No run resulting. So Cyril's first 3 overs, he considered 9 runs. Did not pick up a wicket. And young Fanis really came in running hard this morning. His 5 overs. This one shot there by Cyril. Venner very much equal to the task. Plays it back to the bowler. So Venner really has batted very responsibly today. Very much played every ball on its merit. This one is driven exquisitely through the covers. Not a man move for 4. My goodness. What a shot there by young Venner. Juicy half volley served outside the off stump. Certainly, Jedel Cyril is still in the festive mood. He came bearing gifts.
That was a superb shot by Venner. My word. Everything was in position. Head over it, elbow cock, opening the face of the bat and driving swiftly through the extra cover region for my goodness, top class shot.
So let's see what the fast bowler response is going to be. Typical, he went for the shot ball, and this time it's deposited over the backward square region. Certainly good thinking there by young Amari Venner. Having spunk him through the covers, he would have expected the next delivery would have been a short ball. Really camped on the back foot and pivoted beautifully and deposited this one into the backward square region for 6. So good batting there by Amari Venner.
That is good display of batsmanship by Venner. The previous delivery drove swiftly through extra cover for 4. And the next one, Cyril pitching shot. And he swiveled into his wicket and hit it over the backward square for 6. Marvelous batting by Omari Venner. I'm impressed.
So having been struck for a 4 and a 6, what is Jedel Cyril response going to be like? And this one again, half volley outside the outside. It is driven and his ball is going to win the race. Young can Elcock putting in the slide, but unable to prevent the ball from trickling into the boundary. So some 14 runs coming off Jedel Cyril's last 3 deliveries. And immediately it has forced a change. Con Elcock now has been dropped on the point boundary. 67 now the deficit. So the end of a very productive over there for the Central Castries team. I think somewhat 15 runs came off this over. Very productive indeed, by especially 14 of those runs came off the bat of Amari Venner. We saw 2 beautiful cover drives, and we saw a pull backward square region for 6. So good positive batting there. And somehow Mr. Venner may have heard my plea to up the ante.
I just had that in mind. Probably really heard you. But oh my goodness, he's such a lovely player to watch. He has class. But we'll have to talk a little about the innings by Noel Leo yesterday, eh? Greg?
Yes, certainly at some point we are going to look at the innings of Leo. Certainly it was a delightful inning played. And this one, James looking to cut. Just a bit too full and too close. Really did not have the room. Could have easily gotten on the edge and ricochet onto the stump. But then again, he has to take some chances. But it has to be calculated risk. James down the track. But this one flatter and quicker there by Edward, not really giving that ball in generous flight. On this occasion, he uses his feet again, straight back past the bowler. Jad Goodman just has to retrieve from the boundary. So good positive intention shown there by Jamal James. Previously, he really went down the track, but the ball was flat. And on this occasion, a bit of air got to the pitch, struck it back past the bowler for 4. So good positive intent there by Jamal James. This occasion, again, this one a bit flatter, bringing James onto the front foot. Plays it into the short cover region where the captain Melius fields. No run resulting. So the deficit now, it has gone down to 62. As I did indicate, at least by the luncheon interval, they need to get close to wiping that deficit off, if possible. Still some. So Noel Leo is now encouraging the fielders to perhaps vibes up. I feel that the shoulders are dropping a bit. And Jamal James fooled the ball, getting the bottom edge of the bat towards the wide mid-wicket region. What should have been 2 on this occasion, Venner perhaps felt he was coming to the danger end, the non-strikers end, and declined the second run. So the end of another successful over there for Central Castires. They moved on now to 92 for the loss of 1. Some 61 runs still adrift. James have moved on to 16 of 23. And Venner certainly would be eyeing a half century, for he's on 43, 7 runs away from what would be a deserving half century. So far we have seen some 6-4s and 2 6s from him. Some delightful shot played there so far by Venner. And it looks like there's going to be a change in bowling from the northern end. It looks like Lee John is going to be replacing Jadel Cyril, who only bowled 1 over. He was pretty much expensive. Some 15 runs came off the over, and immediately the captain, Kimani Melius, has replaced him. So it's going to be pretty much spin from the northern end. And this one, a full ball, puts away by Jamal James. Hits this one towards the backward square region. And again, Legion has come bearing gifts in the festive season.
Yes, because we are still in the festive season, so nothing wrong to serve a few gifts. And Jamal James said, thank you very much, and he dispatched it for 4. So the two of them, Venner and James, they are putting a nice little partnership so far.
Speaking of partnership, it has moved on to 53. And this one, he comes forward, struck on the pad. There's an appeal, but this ball has either pitched down the leg side. Certainly it was pitched down the leg side. Was not in line. So the batter's eye still inquiring from the umpire, perhaps. Was it in line or not? What is angling down the leg side? And this one, going for the sweep shot again, is going to challenge the fielder. The ball has won the race into the long leg boundary for 4. So Lee John certainly has not stemmed the tide. He has considered 2 falls so far in the 3 deliveries that he has bowled.
Yes, not a good over so far. Badly lined on my deliveries on the legs of Jamal James, and he made full use of it, hitting 2 falls.
So the 100 has come up for the Central Castries team, 100 for the loss of 1. And this one he has turned off the pad. Fielder coming off the long leg boundary. 1 run resulting. So they now trail by 52 runs. This one is driven firmly, but to the fielder at long off, no run resulting. This one just a bit back of a length. Venner pushes it to the man at the point region, no run resulting. So the end of another productive over for the Central Castries team. Some 9 runs coming off the first over of Legion.
Yes, and the Grizzly team will have to try and stem the flow of runs, because in the last 2 or 3 overs, the Central Castries team has been scoring runs freely. And so, as I said, the Grizzly will have to tighten up and bowl a tighter length.
So Edward is into his 7th over. This one straight and flat on this occasion. Not giving James the opportunity to use his feet. On this occasion, James goes down the track. Perhaps premeditated on this occasion, because the ball certainly did not have the flight. But they need to be positive, because they need to erase that deficit. They've only lost 1 wicket. Good teasing delivery there by Tariq Edwards. Slow outside the off stump. James did not fall for the bait. So a bit of adjustment been made to the field. Fielder now has been asked to drop on the long off boundary. And this one angling down the leg side. Apparently the Noel Leo at slips, the bowler, and Kimani Melius there, the only 3 who perhaps heard something. The keeper who collected the ball down the leg side did not appeal, so it's passing strange that the keeper would have caught the ball and not heard that it was played. And this one driving outside the off stump, but straight to Jidel Cyril at the cover region. No run resulting. So good partnership between these two. 58 runs so far. This one given a bit of flight. Driven to the field at the long off region, and the ball has gone through him for 4. So very poor bit of fielding there by the Grizzly team at this point. They really shoulders a bit drooping now. Joseph St. Marth really not the sort of high standard that one would have expected of the Grizzly team, because we know the likes of Tariq Edward, Noel Leo, Kimani Melius, they pride themselves on their fielding.
Yes, so I found that strange. They're so flat when they are on top in the game.
Well, certainly, like they say, pressure tends to burst pipe, and they are feeling a bit of pressure at this point. As I did indicate to you earlier on the game, there's still a lot of time in the game. funny what 120 runs can do, or 150 runs. You'll be surprised. So John to continue. This one on the pads. Very tentative push there by Venner. He's been out in the middle long enough that he should have made better use of that loose delivery on the pad. Looking to force this one off the back foot, but straight to Melius at the cover region. This one been given generous flight again on the pads, and one would think with Noel Leo at short mid on and Cyril at mid wicket should be able to get more from that shot. And this one angling down the leg side, looking for the attempted sweep. Ball may have come off the, looks like the pad. Umpire now signaling leg by. Exactly what I was saying, that he has been out there long enough. And Jamal James, this one was given generous flight. Similar delivery that Venner had gotten, and good use of the feet there by Jamal James, and depositing this one over the long on region for 6.
Good shot by Jamal James. And he is looking good. And these two, they will want to bat until lunch or right after lunch, but so far so good for them, and the Grizzly team will have to find a way to dislodge one of them.
So good use of the feet there by Jamal James, certainly against Tariq Edward. He is prepared to use his feet, so it's not surprising that Lee John, who was given the delivery a bit more flight than Edward, and this one a bit flatter. James punches this one to Noel Leo at the short mid-on region. No run resulting, so somewhat 8 runs coming off this over. So another productive over there for the Central Castries team. They certainly have picked up the scoring rate. They are now at 4.87. So certainly in the last 3 overs, we have seen an effort to really up the ante and get on with the scoring, which is what that is required if they are to really make a match out of the situation. They need to erase that deficit as quickly as possible, and then to start putting on runs on the board. For Grossly, this one was off the pad. Turn towards the backward square region. 1 run resulting. So this brings Jamal James into strike. And Jamal James has been very positive. He has shown his inclination to use his feet, even to Tariq, who is not generally gives the ball generous air. Much slower delivery. James pushes this one back to Melius. So certainly James is just buying his time, it looks like. And this one, as I did indicate, is just buying his time. This one was flighted outside the off stump, real in the arc, and did not need a second invitation. And this one was deposited towards the masher ground, clear out of the ground. 6 runs there by Jamal James.
A good shot by James, and that was a ball, not a bad delivery to say, but James been there for a while, and he just hit it over the mid-wicket area for 6. So James and Venner, they are going very well, and that's a good sign for the Central Castries team.
So deficit now 34. Certainly they would need to get it perhaps close to about 20 or less, depending on what time they've gone for lunch. According to my watch, it's 12:01. So yesterday lunch was taken sometime after 12. We don't know if the sim is going to opt in at 1 yesterday. This time he runs this one down to the Footman region. They've gone for one. There's a second run on. Slow running by Jamal James. Actually, he turned blindly. But there was always 2 on the cards. So he now moves on into the 40s. Jamal James is 43. And Amari Vena on 44. So this one, dot delivery. The end of the over. So it looks like the play is still going to be continuing. Well, our watch may not be in sync with the umpire's watch. So it's easy to say it's 12 o'clock. And the umpire's watch might just be showing 5 to 12. But nevertheless, the Central Castries team, I think what's going to be on their mind at this point in time is to erase those 42-run deficit. Good delivery there. This one pitching just about off stump and going away from the bat. So good delivery there by Lee John. But Vena has been out there long enough. And this one is to force it off the back foot into the cover region where it is fielded. No run resulting. Good delivery just outside the off stump. Good teasing line and length there. Encouraging the batsman to go for the drive. But looks like Vena is in survival mode. Just allowing this one to go through to the keeper. He perhaps knows that lunch is just around the corner. Again, pushes this one down to the fielder at the shot made off region. Looks like Davin Ford. This one again short, but punches again to the fielder Ford at the mid off region. No run resulting. Outside the off stump, allows it to go through to the keeper, so it looks like it's lunch. The players are heading to the dressing room. So lunch is taken on the second day. Central Castries 121 for the loss of 1. So good bit of recovery there by these two. We saw they certainly increase the scoring rate towards the end. Some good positive batting by Jamal James. He is on 43 with some 4 4s and 3 6s, and Amari Vena not out on 44. 6 fours and 2 sixes. So certainly good positive batting towards the end there by this two. And as I have indicated to you that they're not totally out of the game yet, because with 2 sessions left, a lot can happen.
Yes, but good batting by both Jamal James and Omar Rivera. They played very well, 121 for 1, and they will want to continue after lunch to erase the remaining runs and put runs on the board for Gros to score. But so far, so good for Central Castires.
So looking at the scoreboard quickly, Theo Edward, the lone person to have gotten out today, he was caught Jad Goodman bowl beyond Fanis for 20. He faced some 45 deliveries with 2 fours and 1 6. And the most successful bowler for the day, Fanis, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 17 runs, 1 wicket. Davenport, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, no wicket. Jadel Cyril, 4 overs, no maiden, 24 runs, no wicket. Tariq Edward, 8 overs, no maiden, 42 runs, no wicket. And you had Lee John with 3 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, no wickets. So at this point, we are going to take a break, and we ask you to join us in the next 40 minutes, where we'll be continuing the second inning of Central Castries.
Mic check 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
1, 2, 3.
Push it up. It's off now. Put it on. Count them in.
1, 2, 3.
Right, go ahead.
1, 2, 3.
We're joined by Noel Leo, the hero of yesterday. 130 off 63 balls, 206.3 strike rate. Noel, take us through your innings.
Well, from my innings, I just went out and be a positive player. As my coach told me outside, just back myself. So I went out there and just play to the best of my capacity.
Okay, 9 fours and 1 6. That's not your normal innings. I know you're a big six hitter. You demonstrated a lot of that in the tour you just returned from in Dominica. How were you able to temper your innings and slow down and less six hitting to ensure that you got your team into that big total?
Well, everybody know me as a big hitter. So, as I said, I just went out and be a different person. Just hit the ball along the ground more. Just carry me through.
Awesome job today. And for your performance today, you're the Angostura Chill man of the inning. So congratulations for your performance and all the best in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. I need a photo of you. For the graphics. Joining us now, Beyond Fanis, the other hero of the day. 5 wickets yesterday, Beyond. What was your mindset going into the match?
Well, I just decided to stick to my strengths, stay consistent as long as possible, and stick to the skipper's plan. And bowl into the field, I got the rewards, took 5 wickets.
Going up against Central Castires, which has normally batting powerhouse, you're able to take a lot of their top order cheaply. Apart from hitting those lines, what do you think strengthened your bowling attack yesterday? Do you think there was enough moisture that made the ball turn and move? What do you think happened?
Yeah, I definitely find I was getting some assistance from the pitch. I got some extra bounce, which led to some discomfort for the batsmen. So I think that helped me out in my spell.
Okay. How is the pitch playing out there? Is it a batter's paradise or is it a bowler's paradise?
Well, from what I've seen out there and from what I've experienced out there, it's flattened out a little bit, so it's a little bit easier for the batsmen. But I believe that if we stay more consistent and build more pressure, I think that we could come back and take some more wickets.
For your 5 for 22 in 5.2 overs, you are also a man of hero of the match, and here's your Angostura Chill for the day.
Thank you, sir.
Good job, Bjorn, and all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, sir.
Pleasant good afternoon and welcome back to the Mindoo Phillip Park, where we're about to resume play after lunch. Central Castries, they are 121 for the loss of 1, still 32 runs in a race. So it looks like Tariq Edward is going to pick up the attack from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Jamal James. First delivery to James, punches this one into the cover region. No run resulting. So I want to say a pleasant good afternoon to Dexter Solomon, who is joining us.
Hi, good afternoon to all viewers out there. Good afternoon to everybody listening in. Crucial session we have starting here today at the Mindoo Phillip Park. A pleasure to be joining you guys today.
Yeah, certainly the batters Jamal James, 7 runs short of a half century, and Amari Venner was batted beautifully, 44. And this one, second delivery, juicy full toss there to Jamal James. Struck this one into the mid-wicket region. Fielder on the boundary. Only single resulting. So a nice juicy full toss there to Jamal James after the luncheon interval, and really did not capitalize on it. He was served the dessert and really was not interested.
Yes, one of the deliveries you would be begging for after the luncheon interval, but Jamal James on this occasion not able to capitalize, and he would be disappointed with that. Central Castries post-lunch, the first target on their minds would be that 31 runs that they still trail by.
Now just coming forward. Turn this one off the pad. They've gone for one finger of a second. The first run was extremely slow. Hence the reason why they are unable to come back for a second. And this one given a bit of air, and Jamal Jim has struck this one straight back past the bowler for 6 and has brought up his half century in the process. So good shot to bring up a half century there by Jamal James.
Yes, a commanding stroke there by Jamal James. What a way to bring up a half century. It's first of the game, and he will be looking to push on and get a big one for his team here today. They now trail by 24 runs, and the Central Castries team, they would want to knock off those 24 runs with as little damage as possible.
Yes, certainly. He would want to do so. So 50 coming off 43 deliveries, 4 fours and 4 sixes, with a strike rate of 116.28. Again, this one given generous air. Hits this one down to Goodman on the long off boundary, 1 run resulting. So now it's the turn of Amari Venner. He's 5 runs short of a half century. It is possible that he could bring it up in style like Jamal James with a 6, but he's just resuming his batting after lunch. Probably needs a sighter or 2. And this one angling down the leg side. So the end of the over. As you did indicate, Central Castries, they certainly would want to wipe off that deficit as quickly as possible. Still some 23 runs adrift. And Jamal James and Amari Venner, they have put on some 87-run partnership. So good partnership there for the second wicket.
Yes, a very good partnership in the making for the Central Castries team between Jamal James and Amari Venner. One thing they would love to see being bettered here is Amari Venner's strike rate. He is now striking at 55.56, having faced some 81 deliveries. He's been there from the start, so they would want to him to kick on from here and really increase his scoring rate.
Yes, certainly that is important if they are to overhaul that deficit and then to put a total that would be competitive enough to perhaps dismiss Grizzly and pull off an unlikely victory. It is still possible, but it's going to be a daunting task, no doubt. So James will be facing up to Lee John. And this one given a bit of air outside the off stump, looking for the inside out shot, looking for the shot over the cover region. And immediately this has prompted a change in the field. Khan has come off the mid-wicket region. He has been posted into the extra cover, just about the 30-yard area. Short and James back. Strikes this one down to the long off fielder. It looks like Tariq Edward, who comes off the boundary rope. 1 run resulting. So Vena still 4 runs away. Actually 5 runs away from his half century, but he has been out there for some 81 deliveries, so he has been there from the onset. Comes in defense, plays this one to Canel Cock at the short cover region. Again brings him forward. Ball is played again to Elcock. So Lee John seems to have settled in a beautiful line and length. All 3 deliveries landing in almost similar position, and this one given a bit of air, looking for that big expansive drive, but straight to the fielder. So a good quiet over there completed by Lee John.
Yes, for the Grizzly team, Lee John, he has continued to go about his business on a professional manner today. He has bowled 4 overs, considered the 16 runs. He has not really bowled as much as most would have expected in the game so far. I think in the game he has bowled less than 10 overs, albeit the Central Castires first innings only lasted less than 30 overs. But he's one of those guys who goes through his overs very quickly, and he looks to get some pitches out of the wicket with his right arm off spin.
So there's a change in bowling. Isaiah Jones, he is replacing Tariq Edward from the southern end. And looking at the hills, Dexter up in the Bocash area, a bit overcast, so it got to be a worrying sign there for the Central Castries team.
That's certainly not what the Central Castries team would be hoping for, as Isaiah Jones continues to Jamal James. A ball on the line of the leg stump, and James is forward and defends well. For the Central Castries team, they would be hoping that there's no interference from the weather. Grizzly wouldn't mind that at all.
Actually, we could start feeling a little drizzle coming in already. And this one, the slog sweep there by Jamal James over the stands in the mid-wicket region for 6. So really hitting with the spin. Good shot there by Jamal James.
Yes, a good option there by Jamal James, going down on one knee and sweeping this one all the way over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. Moves his score, his tally up to 58, and he's struck some 5 6s so far. A really entertaining innings out there by Jamal James.
Yes, certainly Jamal James over the years. He has worked hard on his game. Certainly he was more of a nudger and grafter, but now I think the amount of T20 and T10 he has been playing in a number of leagues all over the island, I think that has served him in good stead now, and we could see the explosive Jamal James when it's necessary.
Yes, and that just shows, adaptability, with the various formats.
So Jones to continue. And this one outside the off-stump may have kept lower beat. Jamal James feet stuck together in defense. And this one again, he has gone straight back past the bowler and it has raced into the boundary for 4. So the straight option has been very productive for Jamal James.
Yes, Jamal James showing his versatility here, not a one-sided player. We saw that the previous 2 deliveries he went over mid-wicket. And on this occasion, Jones pitching one up on the off-stump and James opting to go straight this time. 4 runs.
So good productive over so far. And this one short and it's pulled over the cow corner region and it has gone for 6. So young Jones certainly has been given the treatment there by Jamal James once he has aired in line and length.
Yes, and what we could see here is, just a positive mindset from the batter, how it can unsettle the bowler very quickly. And Isaiah Jones, in the 5 deliveries that he's bowled, he's disappeared for 16 runs. And Central Castires is now the only trail by 6 runs.
Yes, just 6 runs, 1 scoring shot away from having Gros to bat a second time. So certainly the game plan would have been to get runs as quickly as possible. And that we could see happening with James. Looking to wipe out that deficit as quickly as possible. And this one is gone again. Lofted right. We're going to go for 6. Good effort there by Edwards. The ball actually came off the outstretched fingertip, but could not prevent the 6. So good end to the over there by Jamal James. In 28 overs, the Central Castires team, they have really overhauled the total. They 153, so now Gros have to bat a second time. So very expensive over there completed by Isaiah Thomas. Some 22 runs coming off the over. 1, 4 and 3 sixes in the over.
Yes, very good batting there from Jamal James and the Central Castires team in the last over, wiping out that deficit that they were trailing by. So now every run from here is very important.
So driven to the right of the bowler Lee John, down to the fielder Can Elcock, coming off the long of boundary, 1 run resulting. So it brings the aggressive Jamal James into play. His strike rate now has gone up to 142. On this occasion, he comes forward, pushes it to Edward. No run resulting. This one on the board, pitching on the leg stump. Lee John can consider himself a bit lucky that Jamal did not go for the sweep shot on that occasion. But
yes, with the field that is set, the sweep shot would be a very productive option there for the batters out there.
And on this occasion, he has gone for the sweep shot. Identical delivery. He did escape with the first one, but as I did indicate, he should have employed the sweep shot, and on that occasion he did. And the ball just raced across the field towards the square leg region for 4.
Yes, a very good shot there by Jamal James on this occasion, opting for the sweep shot and maximizing, picking up another 4 runs for his team. The lead is now 5 runs, And James and Werner, they've really batted well today for a partnership of 115 and counting.
Yeah, certainly 100-run partnership. This one a little flatter and faster there by Lee John. But James very much equal to the task. James now he has raced up to 78. This one loose delivery, but it has played to the right of the fielder at the long up. They've gone long on, sorry, they've gone for 2. And that's all it's going to be. So 2 runs, which brings James now into the 80 now, just 20 runs away from a century, 160 for 1. The lead now is 7 for the Central Castires team.
Central Castires, they've done themselves good today. They've batted a lot better than they did in the first innings. Amari Werner, he has been watchful. He's been a rock at the top of the order for them today. He is 46 and he has faced some 86 deliveries. And I did mention about him wanting to increase his strike rate. And, you know, in cricket, being positive doesn't always include or mean hitting boundaries, but also the rotation of strike and not allowing the bowlers to just settle on a line and length. As we see, he has faced some 69 dot balls. He would want to improve on that.
So Captain Kimani Melius has taken the ball. Certainly. Is it a question of looking to buy a wicket, or he has come bearing gifts?
Not something that you would see very often. Captain Kimani Melius with the ball in hand. He would be looking to get the breakthrough for his team.
Oh, and a wrong arm action there by Melius. Yeah, certainly the rain is up in the Bocage Hills. Look like a slight drizzle will, if it gets here, will not hold up play for too long. And attempted lap shot down the leg side. It has gone past the keeper. They've gone for 1, probably thinking of a second. Just 1 run. Good work done there by Noel Leo. So apparently, looks like there was a bit of bat involved. No signal from the umpire. So as we see James on strike now, the field has dispersed a bit. And full ball on the pad, so whips it towards the square leg region. And no ball, bowled by Captain Melius. Coming off a short run and to be bowling a no ball.
Yes, really not what is expected of, you know, Captain Melius. He would have been wanting to keep this very tight and not give away any extras. Let's see whether Werner could capitalize on this free hit. Well, no ball.
Actually, you could see the influence of so much T20 and T10. We're into 2-day cricket. Dexter Solomon, there's no free hits in 2-day cricket. But these things happen, understandably. And this one is pushed firmly back past the bowler. Good effort there by Tariq Edward coming towards his right. So 1 more run to the total, 164 for 1. Werner moves on to 48, so 2 runs away from 50. And we're seeing Kimani Melius, Alasula and Rainer hiding the ball behind the back. A good over, nevertheless, by Captain Melius, only conceding 4 runs. So the rain is here with us at this point. Not heavy, but certainly looking from the hills that it may be around with us for the next 5 minutes or so.
looks like it will be a change of ends for Isaiah Jones, who will be bowling his second over. His first over he was really given the treatment by Jamal James. He conceded 22 runs. He would be looking to better that as he comes into Amari Verna.
So Jones picking up the attack now from the northern end. He has been swapped ends. Good delivery there. Just beating the outside edge of Mari Venna. Venna playing for turn. And this one just went with the arm. Good delivery there by young Isaiah Jones. This one tossed up and we struck down to the long off boundary where Canelcock does the fill-in. 1-1 resulting, so Venna moves closer to his half century. He moves on to 49. Jamal James 19 runs away from what would be a century for him and second in the game. Noel Leo getting 130 when Gros batted in the first inning. It was a real enterprising knock, and Jamal certainly is matching it as well. And this one wide outside the off stump, kept a bit low. So Jones certainly would have learned from his first over, looking to keep the ball wide outside the off stump. And again outside the off stump, James looking to force this one off the back foot. Bellews making a slight adjustment to the field. Jadal Cyril has been asked to move a bit to his right. He moves on to in the cow corner area. And short delivery. James just turns this one into the short square leg region. 1 run resulting. So much better over there by Isaiah Jones, only conceding 2 runs in this second over. So more from Dexter Solomon, and it would be Joseph Sentmuff.
Gets a much better over from Isaiah Jones, having changed ends. And Central Castires, they are well poised with a lead of 13 runs on 166 for 1 after 31 overs. Jamal James is 82 of 62 deliveries. He's hit 6 fours and 7 sixes. And Amari Verna, he's 1 run shy of a half century. He has faced 94 balls, 6 fours and 2 sixes. As I say, welcome to Joe Sentmuff.
Thank you very much, Dexter. And good afternoon, listeners and viewers.
Lee John will be continuing for the Grizzly team. He draws Jamal James forward and he defends well, no addition to the score. This one, Jamal is back and pulls straight to the man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Beyond Fanis does the fielding. And this brings Amari Venna on strike, 1 shy of a half century. He's been very patient so far. Central Castries team, they would want to score as quickly as they possibly can in this session to set up the game. Something for the bowlers to bowl at later as Lee continues to Verna. He's back and punches this one into the vacant mid-on region. Goes through for 1. And that will be his 50. A very good innings from Amari Verna. He has batted with patience and poise, and he's brought up a very good 50 for himself and his team.
Good 50 by the young man. Intelligent batting. He played at balls he had to play, and those he didn't have to play, he did not play. So that was a compact innings by the young man, and I only wish him well.
It will be Legion to continue halfway into his over, and he will be bowling to Jamal James. This one is flighted on the leg stump, nicely worked into the square leg region for 1. Score moves on to 169 for 1. So Amari Vernon, now that he's gotten to that landmark, that 50, he would really be wanting to push on from there and increase his scoring rate for his team. The lead is only 16 runs. This one is shot, and Vernon works this one, guides this one to the point region. Phil comes across to stop. He's not able to stop the single. The score moves up by 1. 170 for 1, with one more delivery left in over number 32. Central Castires, they would be really looking to press on the accelerator as Legion continues, and Jamal James opts for the sweep. This one is uppishly over the fielder at the square leg region, and 2 bounces into the boundary for 4. Very good shot there by Jamal James.
Yes, he exploited the vacant area there, and he paddle swept for 4. So Jamal James is looking good also, and the two are really building a good partnership for the Central Castires team. And Jamal James, he moves on to 88, so just 12 more runs for a century, and that will be, if he gets there, it will be a very good century.
Yes, a very good partnership in the making for the Central Castires team. The partnership is now worth 131 runs, and they've really been able to communicate well between the wickets and press on the accelerator and try to put the Gros team under as much pressure as they possibly can. But now the drizzle is becoming a lot heavier. We are hoping that this does not affect the time we have available today. Central Castires, they would not want the rain to affect the game negatively. Gros, however, having won on first innings, or they would not mind any time being taken away from the game, as it would only benefit them. It will be a bowling change, as we see Bihon Fanis is being reintroduced into the attack. So far he's bowled 6 overs. He's picked up the 1 wicket of Theo Edward, and he's considered only 17 runs. He's been really the pick of the pace bowlers for the Gros team so far.
Yes, he has been bowling very well from yesterday and into today.
As he continues a short ball down the leg side, and Werner is not able to get any bat on that. No wide call by the umpire. But beyond fantasy, looked to have done some damage to himself there in that follow through.
Yes, and he's not looking too good, but let's hope that everything is okay. But I can detect a slight limp as he's going back to his bowling mark.
Yes, he's walking back to the top of his mark very gingerly. Not a good sight for the young fast bowler, but he's really bowled well for his team. He picked up 5 wickets in the first innings, and he's really bowled his heart out so far in the second innings. As he races in, he will be bowling to Verna. This one is shot, and Verna pulls up pushly shot of the fielder coming around at the backward square leg. They go through for 1. Score moves on to 175 for 1. Gros, they have bowled we are into over number 33 of the day. Central Castires, they've batted really well to put themselves in the position that they are in right now, but they would want more from the pair in the middle and those to come. Jamal James and Amari Verna, they have a crucial role to play. This is a very critical session, I would say, given the stage of the game. They really need to score quickly to be able to put the Gros team under any sort of pressure. As Fanis continues, and he pulls up in the middle of his run-up, look to have done some damage to his right hamstring. He keeps stretching on it. Worrying signs for the young bowler, Joe.
Yes, and he has had a long spells too, so that might affect him So let's hope it's not too serious. But at the moment, it's not looking too good, and we see Captain Melius going down to have a chat with him.
Yes, it doesn't look like he would be able to continue. Maybe suffering from some cramps in his right calf or hamstring muscle. As Captain Kimani Melius has a decision to make. Who will continue the over? Beyond fairness, he has 4 deliveries left in the over. So it looks like it will be Kimani Melius to continue the over. He bowled 1 over previously, considered the 4 runs. Really hoping that the young bowler beyond fairness is able to shake off this injury, and it's not anything too serious. As the drizzle increases in its intensity here at the Mindoo Phillip Park, and there's a halt in play as the young bowler is being nursed by his teammates on the field of play. Really not what the Central Castries team would be wanting to see, that there's a break in play. They need to maximize on any time that is left in the day's play, and the Grizzly team, they wouldn't mind that at all.
Not at all. And you can see Jamal James and Vena, they are not too willing to go off as yet. But let's see what the umpires will do as the drizzle is persisting.
Yes, and we could hear the shouts coming from the umpires to the Central Castries team to get some assistance to pull the covers on. So look like we will have a rain delay here at the Mindoo Phillip Park.
I don't think the covers is necessary because the drizzle has dissipated a little. So I don't think they need the covers anymore.
A few of the Grizzly players, they're still out on the field. They have not made their way to the pavilion, so they are eager to get on with the game. Good signs for cricket, but as we speak below me, I could see that the covers are being brought on at the request of the umpire, I suppose, as the drizzle intensifies here at the Mindoo Phillip Park. Central Castries, they are 175 for 1. We are into over number 33. They now lead by 22 runs. Amari Werner, he's not out, 52 of 98 deliveries. And Jamal James, he's 88 of 66 deliveries. A reminder that this is a 2-day encounter between the two teams. At Central Castries, they were bowled out for 136 on day 1. And Grizzly, they got to 298. A lead of 151 runs that the Central Castries team, a second time around, have been able to overhaul. But they know that this game is far from over if we do not get any interruptions from the rain. There is enough time in this game if Central Castries could bat at a scoring rate. Currently they're scoring at 5.41. They would want to increase that over the next 20 or so overs. They push that lead as close to 150 as possible to put the Grizzly team under any sort of pressure coming into that final session of play.
Yes, good observation, Dexter. But they will have to bat and really push the scoring rate along as you suggested. But we just have to wait and see what will transpire later in this match.
So the covers are being brought off again. The drizzle continues, and we could see that the fielding team is emerging from the dugout again. So it looks like we will have a resumption of play shortly. But But I think we've wasted about 10 to 15 minutes, Joe, and that's really time that's been taken out of the game.
Yes, because I think the two umpires probably they cannot read the conditions as they should. But there is 10 or 15 precious minutes that has been wasted.
So it will be Captain Kimani Melius to continue the over from the injured Beyond Fanis. 4 deliveries left in over number 33. It's Jamal James who will be taking strike for Central Castries. As Kimani comes right arm around the wicket, shot one down the leg side. James goes for the sweep and is not able to make contact. And all the pressure would be on the Central Castries play out in the middle to score as quickly as they possibly can. It's this one, he comes forward and this one beats the outside edge. Loud appeal from the bowler. Not out, says the umpire Mark Vin. Sikimani Melius really rushing back to his mark and going for the over. This one is on the line of the leg stump. Neatly worked by Jamal James, but straight to the fielder, and there's no run. So a tidy 3 deliveries from Kimani Melius so far. No run scored so far. And this one is driven straight back to the bowler, who feels well, and this brings over number 33 to an end. Central Castries, they are 75 for 1. They now lead by 22. Joe, what should we be expecting from the Central Castries team here from now on, say for the next 15 overs of play?
Yeah, well, it is simple, as you suggested earlier on. They just have to push on, try and get as many runs as they can, and and as you said, 150 to 170, and see if they can put the Grizzly team under pressure. So it's simple what they should do.
It will be Lee John to continue the attack for the Central Castries team. This one is punched straight back to the bowler by Werner, who feels well. Amari Werner, he is 52 of 98 deliveries, and he will, as we've said, be wanting to increase his scoring rate. There are a few singles on offer. I think he should be looking to get Jamal James on strike. This one, he comes forward and defends again back to the bowler. And there's no run. This one is flighted on the leg stump. He drives but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, who gets down and stops it. No run, so 3 dot deliveries. Some pressure building on Werner. He has faced some 78 dot deliveries out of the 101 that he's been out there. And this one is wrapped on the pad as he's well forward. A loud appeal from the Grizzly team. Not out, says the umpire. Looked to have hit him outside the line. Lee Johnny has really come into his own in this innings. Into his 7th over, he's considered 31 runs. So he will be bowling to Werner, who drives again, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Werner, I would love to see Werner really being a lot more positive to the bowling of Lee John. He's allowed him to settle on a line and length. This one he pulls away. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. He's really allowed Lee John in the last 3 or 4 overs to really settle on a line and length to him. And he's not been able to get him away. But one way to release pressure is to rotate strike and get off strike. Let Jamal James, who has been the aggressor so far in this partnership, face more of those deliveries to try to capitalize on any loose balls as he comes forward and works this one into the leg side. Feel that fine leg comes across, and a maiden over being completed here by Lee John. The score 175 for 1 after 34 overs.
Yeah, good over bowled by Lee John. He kept Venner quiet right through the over. But as you said, Venner will have to try and push the scoring along. But so far, he has done a good job in partnership with Jamal. They have put over 100 runs, well, partnership. But they need to really push on, and as we say, to get a lead so that they can put a little pressure on the Grizzly team. But as I told Greg Wilson when we were together earlier on, Central Castries, they almost batted themselves out of the game when they scored just 136 runs in the first innings.
Yes, it will be Captain Kimani Melius to continue. He will be bowling his second over. It's to Jamal James, who pushes this one down to long on. Khan Elcock comes in and they complete 1 run. The Central Castries pair, they would be looking to set up the game, and what I mean by set up the game, in the likes of, as Vena is forward and defends well, the likes of Jaden Eli Box and Stephen Natram to come, knowing that they really have to set a target here for the Grizzly team for any chance of winning this game. As this one is a full toss that Werner hits uppishly down to long off, and they come for 1. Score moves up to 177 for 1. As Kimani Melius beats Jamal James on the outside edge again. He's really causing some trouble out there for the 2 left-handers, Kimani Melius. He has bowled 2.4 overs. And he's considered just the 6 runs. So doing a job for his team, keeping things tight. The 2 left-handers out there have not been able to get him away. What Central Castries would be hoping for at this time, at this stage in the game. And this one is down the leg side. Goes for a sweep and they come for a quick single. And they're able to go through. By signal by the umpire. Central Castries, they really need to get a move on here after the post-lunch interval. We had a very big over from Jamal James when he faced up to Isaiah Jones, and ever since then I don't think we've had a boundary since.
Yes, and as you mentioned, Sir Stephen Natram and Jaden Elibox, I think one of them should have come earlier in the batting order, considering that they were behind and they wanted a quick runs.
As it will be Lee John to continue. Jamal James works this one into the square leg region and they come for 1. And if they're not getting the boundaries, hallmark of a good batter, good partnership as well would be the ease at which they're able to rotate the strike. As Lee John continues to Amari Werner. This one, he comes forward, a loud appeal, and the umpire raises his finger this time. Looks like an arm ball from Lee John. Pitched up on the off stump. Werner coming forward and getting wrapped on the pads. Loud appeal, and umpire judging him LBW. Crucial breakthrough there from Lee John for his team. Central Castries, they lose the second wicket with the score 179.
He showed a good temperament whilst he was there. So the new batsman is Stephen Natram.
Yes, Amari Werner, he really showed his class today. He got to 53 of 107 deliveries. Really did a job for his team early out, not giving the Grizzly Pacers any chances. And he really batted really well with Jamal James, a partnership of over 130. And the new batter at the crease would be the captain, Stephen Natram, with the lead currently at 26. Central Castries team would be, he's one of the batters that could really, really turn things up here and get Central Castries further ahead in this game. As Lee John stays round the wicket to the right-handed Natram, who comes forward and defends well. Not very often we see Stephen without a helmet on his head. Is that an indication that he's really looking to go after the bowling today? Just what Central Castries would need. As Lee John continues, this one is flighted on the off stump, and Stephen works this one to the wide long on region, where Jad Goodman fills well, and he's off the mark of his second delivery. So Lee John, he really had the advantage on Amari Verna as he continues to Jamal James, who works this one straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. And in the end, no, Verna really allowed him to settle on a line and length, and in the end he was able to trap him on the crease and get his wicket. As he continues, as Jamal James looks to go big and misses this one, and he gets bowled. A brilliant over there by Lee John, picking up both set batsmen of the Central Castries team. So now they are reduced to 180 for 3. Big over in the context of the game, Joe.
Yes, a double blow struck there by Lee John. But I must say that wicket was given to him because that was really a shot out of character, a ball on the middle stump, and Jamal James playing across it and was comprehensively beaten and bowled. So a good knock, but he was well set. He should have stayed there as long as possible for his team, but it was not to be, and the Grizzly players, they are very happy.
Lee Johnny really built pressure leading up to this over. He had been allowed to settle on a line and length, and the two left-handed batters in Jamal James and Amari Verna, they were really struggling to get him away. They were not even able to rotate the strike as often as they would have liked. And in this over, his 8th of the innings, he was able to dismiss both of them. Timely blow by the Grizzly team.
Yes, Lee John's first over in this innings wasn't the best of overs, but since then he has settled down into a good rhythm. He has bowled good line and good length and has put a lot of pressure on the batsmen. So the partnership has broken. Both set batsmen, as you said, are gone, but the two batsmen that can really push the scoring rate along are out there in the middle, and let's see what will happen.
Yes, the new batsman, Jaden Elibox, he got rapid 70 odd in the first innings of the Central Castries effort. But it will be Kimani Melius to continue for the Grizzly team. 2.4 overs, he's only considered the 6 runs. He will be bowling to Stephen Natram, right arm round the wicket. And Stephen shoulders arms allows this one to go through, taken by keeper August. So this partnership between Stephen Natram and Jaden Elibox is what the Central Castries team would be hoping to push. Could push that lead in the region of 150 to really unsettle the Grizzly team. Grizzly would be very comfortable with the position that they are in at this point in time. So the onus is really on the Central Castries payout in the middle to really press on the accelerator and put some pressure on the Grizzly team. So we see a change in the field as Jaden Elibox will be facing his first delivery. The fielder out on the cover boundary is brought into the circle. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. Square leg in circle, first slip. Man at shot third. And a shot mid-wicket as Kimani Melius goes past the umpire and Jaden Elibox drives, ricochets off the fielder. Looks like is Legion half stop. They're able to come through for 1. Score moves on to 182 for 3. Jaden Elibox gets his account open. into over number 37, halfway. Kimani Melius round the wicket to Stephen Natram, who tries on a good diving stop there by Melius. He keeps the batter at bay. Good feeling of his own bowling and the sort of effort that you would expect from the man Kimani Melius. As he continues, this one is a wayward delivery wide, misses everything and trickles into the boundary now. 4 byes signaled by the umpire. Welcome boundary addition to the score for the Central Castries team.
Yes, the Central Castries team would not mind that, but it was a wayward delivery by Melius. The first in his spell, he has bowled well so far, so he will want to correct that with a better delivery this time.
As he continues to Natram. Natram is back and punches well all along the ground down to the long off region. This brings the over to an end. Score 187 for 3. Some 37 overs have been bowled in the Central Castries second innings here at the Mindoo Phillip Park. This is the final of the 2-day competition between defending champions Gros and Central Castries. We want to remind our viewers that the Gros team, they were able to overhaul Central Castries' first innings score of 136. They had a lead of 151, which the Central Castries team a second time around have been able to surpass. They now lead by 34 runs with Stephen Natram. He is 3 runs of 7 deliveries, and Jaden Elibox having faced the 1 delivery. And it will be Lee John, who had a double wicket strike in his previous over, to continue. He's round the wicket and will be bowling to Stephen Natram. This one goes on with the loud shout from the fielder at first slip. May have been some batting there. As John continues. And Natram is back and punches. The fielder at short cover is not able to prevent the run. And the batsmen, they cross for 1. The score moves on to 188 for 3. And this will be a crucial battle here. Lee John bowling to Jaden Elibox. We saw how severe Jaden Elibox was on the spinners in the first innings when he scored a rapid fire 70 odd. To bring the more of the same will be required of him here in the second innings, as Lee John will be bowling his first delivery to him. This one is flighted on the pads. He's watchful. Players with the ability like Jaden Elibox and Stephen Natram, those guys, the longer they bat, the more dangerous they become. John continues. Jaden is wrapped on the pad. As he comes back and defends, and there's no run. Those guys, they don't really need any second invitations to be aggressive. They are attacking batsmen by nature. As this one is flighted, and Jaden Elibox goes and wide of the long off fielder, who comes around and he stops a certain boundary. Good work there by Chad Goodman. It is out on the long off boundary. Just as I was making mention of the attacking nature of players of the likes of Jaden Elibox. Tries to loft one inside out, wide of the long off region, not making enough contact. But he's still out there as John continues, and Stephen is back and gets the edge. This one will run down to the third man region. They go through for 1. Score moves up to 190 for 3. Some 38 overs have been bowled in the Central Castries second innings.
What is your assessment of the game so far, Joe?
So far, Central Castries, they put on a regular action. We had that over 100 partnership between Venner and Jamal James, but both of them are back in the pavilion. So these two, as we suggested, they have the ability to really push on the score, but so far they're being a little cautious. But they must realize they don't have much time in the game. So they have to push on from now and see what score they can get to put Grozile under some pressure.
It will be Captain Melius to continue. And he will be bowling to Stephen Natram with a widely spread field, tip mid-wicket, a man at the cow corner region, a long on, long off, man on the cover boundary. This one is a full toss. Stephen just works this one gently into the mid-wicket region and jogs through for one. Stephen has looked to be a bit watchful. That was a full toss there, and he played that one with no real venom. Just working that one out into the vacant mid-wicket region. And picks up one for his team. Score 191 for 3. Brings Jaden Eli box on strike. As Melius continues. This one is on the line of the leg stump. Eli box tries to work this one into the leg side and misses this one. Gets wrapped on the inner thigh. Kimani Melius is really rushed through the overs that he's bowled so far. And he's been economical. He's bowled is into his 4th over. And he edges this one. And the fielder at first slip not able to complete the catch. Jaden Eli box getting away with this one and picking up 4 vital runs for his team.
Yes, there is a saying when you go hard, and he did go hard. And the ball flying over the head of Judd Goodman, who I think got a finger to it because he's wringing his hand. But a good try by Judd Goodman. It could have easily stuck, but it did not. And Central Castries will be happy with that 4 runs.
Yes, a chance created. As Melius continues, and Jaden tries to loft this one over cover region again. Not making any contact with this one on that occasion. A difficult chance for Judd Goodman at first slip. Not able to hold on. Gives Jaden Eli box a life. Really not the batter you want to be giving those opportunities, as he allows this one to be taken by the keeper. Kimani Melius is bowled 4.2 overs and he's considered the 14 runs so far. He continues to Jaden, who drives. He doesn't time this one. And this brings the over number 39 to an end. Score reads 195 for 3. Stephen Natram, he is 6 runs off 11 deliveries. And Jaden Eli box, given a life in the previous over, he is 6 off 9 deliveries.
Yes, and the two are having a conference out there, saying that, I think they're saying to each other that they need to get on with the score. But Jaden Eli box is looking a bit scratchy at the moment. Not really into his work as yet. But as you said, they're 2 aggressive batsmen by nature, and very soon they will be exercising this aggression.
It will be number 13, Lee John, to continue. He will be bowling to Stephen Natram. This one is on the line of the leg stump, and Stephen goes on one knee and sweeps this one well. It will challenge the boundary, and they go through for 2, and they able to complete the 3rd run now. Thick covering of grass out there, not allowing that ball to go into the boundary, but good running nonetheless between Jaden Eli box and Stephen Natram. They're able to pick up 3 runs and push the score closer to that 200 mark. 198 for 3. In the previous over, we saw that Jaden Eli box looked to be a little bit more aggressive. to the off spin of Kimani Melius. Let's see how he counteracts Lee John, who bowls a Yorker length delivery. And Jaden is able to bring his bat down in time. Lee John, his figures has been 9.2 overs. He's picked up 2 wickets for 39 runs as he continues. As Jaden is forward, and a loud appeal by Lee John. Running away to his right, not waiting for the umpire to give a response, but not out, says the umpire. Very close call there as Lee John continues to cause problems. As he continues, this one is a quicker delivery outside the off stump, well left by Jaden Eli box. Good contest out there in the middle between bat and ball. He continues on his flighted, and Jaden goes wide of the mid-wicket region. A good stop there by Noel Leo out on the boundary, reducing the batsman to just one. It's a almighty heave by Jaden Eli box. They're really looking to be aggressive, to hit Lee John off that line and length that he has settled into. It will be pulling up in his bowling stride. Dead ball. As Lee John to complete his 10th over. A sweep shot again by Stephen. Will this one run into the boundary? This one goes close and it ends into the boundary now. So a good productive sweep shot there by Stephen. Brings up the 200 for Central Castries. The lead now crosses, or the lead is now 50, exactly 50 runs. A good batting effort from the Central Castries team this time around.
Yes, that's what they should have done in the first innings, but they did not. But now they have a lead of 50, so they will want to capitalize on that and push and get another 100 runs. But we just have to wait and see. But as you said, the two aggressive players, so very soon we might see some fireworks.
Yes, these two really will be looking to set up the game for a grand finale, because the pressure is on the Central Castries team to really set a target for the Grizzly team. Grizzly will be looking to keep control the scoring rate, which is now at 5.08. But Central Castries, they would know that the likes of Jaden Eli box, how quickly he can score. As Kimani Melius continues, and Eli box is back and defends well. Kimani Melius is really rushed through his overs. He's into his 5th over, and he is only considered the 14 runs. As Jaden is forward and defends well. So of the 28 deliveries that he's bowled, some 21 dot balls. So he's really done a job for his team. As Jaden Eli box goes with this one over cover. A big shot. A maximum result. 6 runs to Jaden Eli box. His first of the innings.
Yes, and as I said, the fireworks is beginning to really take shape now. And Eli box, we all know if he gets going, he will be really brutal. But Kimani Melius and the Grizzly team will want to keep him quiet or see the back of him.
Melius continues to Eli box, who tries to work this one into the leg side. Phil straight mid on. That looks like Leon Alexander. Feels well, and there's no run. Melius. Eli box and forward, and they go for a quick single. It's Tariq Edward, and he's unable to prevent the run. A good call, good single there between the two. So they're showing that they're not only looking for the boundaries, but only looking for the quick singles. keep building pressure, keep applying pressure back onto the Gros bowling unit. As Melius is coming around the wicket to Stephen Natram. This one is flighted outside the off stump, and he allows this one to go by, to be taken by keeper Dominic Ogis. End of another over. Central Castries, they are 210 for 3. Some 41 overs have been bowled in the second innings. They lead by 57 runs. And they are well poised to really press on the accelerator as we see a break in play for drinks. With Stephen Natram, 13 of 14 deliveries, and Jenny Lybox, 14 of 18 deliveries, looking to score as quickly as they possibly can to set a target for the Grizzly team.
Yes, and as you rightly said, when they cannot get the boundaries, they need to look for the ones and twos, rotate the strike, and because ones and twos are important in a partnership. So let's hope after the water break they will continue to bat and try and score as quickly as possible. But at the moment, the players are in for drinks.
Right, so we will take a short break up in the com box, and we will be back with you when the action resumes out in the middle. Welcome back to the action here at the Mindoo Phillip Park in the final of the national two-day competition. Just to remind you, Central Castires, they're batting. They're in their second innings. They are 210 for 3. They lead by 57 runs. Batters out in the middle, Stephen Natram and Jaden Elibox. And it will be Lee John. He has bowled a long spell so far. He will be bowling his 11th over. He's picked up 2 wickets for 44 runs. And he will be bowling to Jaden Elibox, who is on strike. And with just about a session and a half left in the day's play, the Central Castires team, they would know that they have to bat at a rate which would allow them to get that lead in the region of 150. As Lee John continues, a quick single, and the fielder at cover must have not picked up that ball right away. He's not able to come in and prevent the single, but good sharp single being taken there by the Central Castires pair. Score moves on to 211. And Central Castires would be hoping that Stephen Natram and Jaden Elibox could bat and increase the scoring rate, get them to a respectable lead, to cause some concern in the Gros camp. As Lee John remains around the wicket to the right-handed Stephen works this one into the leg side powerfully. Straight to the fielder out on the square leg boundary. It looks like Carnell Cook. Another single. This time to Stephen Natram, who moves on to 14. And brings Jaden Elibox back on strike. So Lee John bowls this one from way behind the crease, and Jaden Elibox rocks back and pulls this one into the square leg boundary for 4. A good shot, a good start to the post, the water break from the Central Castires team, Joe.
Yes, a long hop by Legion, and Jaden Elibox capitalizing on it and hitting it through the mid-wicket area for 4. So Elibox will want more loose deliveries from John in order to score more runs.
Lee John to continue. And Jaden Elibox lofts this one in the long on region. And a very good catch being taken there by number 12, Isaiah Jones. So this one was given some air, given some hang time by Lee John. And Jaden Elibox going for glory, not getting enough bat on that one. And a very good catch by Isaiah Jones on the long on boundary.
Yes, and so they will be very happy to see the back of Elibox because he was the top scorer for Central Castires in the first innings, a blistering 71. But this time it was not to be. And as I indicated earlier, he looked a bit scratchy. And so he was not the same Elibox who scored that 71 in the first innings. So the Grizzly team, they will be very happy to see the back of Elibox. But Stephen Natram is still there. And so he can do some damage to the bowling. And on the new batsman, so Sukwa, who is no slouch with the bat. So Natram will want Sukwa to stay with him as long as possible to get close to that 150 we're talking about, that 150 lead.
Yes, a timely breakthrough there for the Grizzly team, as they would have been well aware of the ability of Jaden Elibox, and they would have the first innings knock in the back of their minds. So they would have been very pleased to see the back of him. And Lee John, he continues to impress in this innings, picking up his 3rd wicket into his 11th over. So he's shown the ability to bowl those really long spells. and he's also shown that ability to pick up crucial wickets for his team. It's the new batter, Tyler Sukwa, coming in at number 6. And he gets ready to face up to his first delivery. And it will be Lee John coming right arm around the wicket to the right-handed Sukwa. This one is short, and Sukwa pulls this one high and long over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. What a way to open your account. First delivery deposited over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. Yes, good signs there from Tyler Sukwa. And they would certainly need more of this as Lee John bowls this one from way behind the bowling crease. Again, and Sukwa is able to manage and punches this one down to long off for 1. So good batting there by Tyler Sukwa. 6 of the previous delivery. And then rotating the strike, not allowing Lee John to bowl any dot balls at him. And that brings the over to an end. Central Castries, they are 223 for 4. 42 overs have been bowled in the second innings. And they now lead by 70, which is the important figure on the scoring card at the moment.
Yes, and they will want to double that, add another 70 or 80. But the Grizzly team will have other ideas. But it's a good contest out there in the middle as the sunshine is back with us here at the Mindoo Phillip Park.
Yes, and what Grizzly has done well is that they've not allowed the Central Castries batters to really get away with a high scoring rate. The scoring rate has been in between 4.5 and 5 for the last 15 overs or so. So the game has really not gone too far away from them. And Captain Kimali Melius will be continuing. He will be bowling his 6th over. And he's considered, just the 21 runs. He's bowled 23 dot balls. So he's really brought himself on to dry up the scoring. He's only considered the 2 boundaries so far. And he will be bowling to Tyler Sukwa this time around. And this one is on the leg stump. And Sukwa works this one out. Lee John comes off the square leg boundary and fills. Go through for 1. The score 224 for 4. Stephen Natram, his first some 15 deliveries. He's only hit the 1 boundary so far. Smelius continues and Stephen flicks this one. This one goes fine. A good stop by Tariq Edward there. The fine leg position. And the batsman crossed through for 1. With a lead of 72, Central Castries would be hoping for a big partnership there between Natram and Sukwa as Kimani Melius tries to rush through with this delivery. A dead ball signaled by umpire Mark Vin. Some mind games going on out there between Captain Kimani Melius and the batter Tyler Sukwa. As he goes again. And this one is wide down the leg side. Not cleanly taken by keeper Ugis. It's no addition to the score. 225 for 4. He opts to go over the wicket now to Sukwa. As this one is punked high and straight to the fielder at long off, who comes around and is not able to hold on to the catch. Looks like it is Leo Alexander out at long off. So an almighty heave from Tyler Sukwa. Fielder had to make up some ground to his left, but he was not able to hold on to the catch. resulting in one more run to the total. Stephen opts for the sweep shot. This one trickles out into the short fine leg region and they cross through for 1. So the Stephen Natram and Tyler Sukwa, they've been able to rotate strike so far in this over. They've not picked up a boundary, but they've run hard between the wickets, putting pressure on the fielders. Smelius continues round the wicket to Sukwa and he flies this one, and Sukwa goes down on one knee and hugs this one high and long over the mid-wicket region for 6. So on this occasion he makes sufficient contact and hits this one high and long for another 6. 233 for 4. Central Castries really pressing on the accelerator now.
Yes, and it's high time they do so on Sukwa. Hitting a very good 6 there over mid-wicket. So himself and Stephen Natram, they will want to continue in that vein and score runs as quickly as possible, as we said, to put Grizzly under some pressure.
Yes, we had some drizzle earlier on after the luncheon interval, but the sun is now out, baking the surface. So the weather looks good. Central Castries, they lead by 80. They would want to push that lead, continue to push that lead upward in the region of 150, 200 even, as Lee John continues to Stephen Natram, who is back and works this one into the leg side, and there's no run. An overthrow, but the batters are not interested. Score remains on 233 for 4. Stephen Natram, Grizzly would love to see the back of this man, captain, as Lee John continues, and Stephen goes for a slog sweep but gets more height than distance on this one, and Noel Leo completes an easy catch coming in from the long on boundary, and Lee John picks up his 4th wicket and the big wicket of the captain Stephen Natram. Really not what Central Castries would have liked at this point in time.
Yes, and it's very rare to see Stephen Natram in partnership with a batsman, and the other batsman being the aggressor. So really, you can say he's really out of touch. And so the Grizzly team, they're very happy to see the back of Stephen Natram. So more pressure now on Central Castries to really put a big lead in this game. But we still have to wait and see what will happen.
Yes, a timely breakthrough there by the Grizzly team. And Grizzly, they've really not dropped their heads, even when the Central Castries team had this big partnership between Jamal James and Amari Verner. They really kept plugging away. Captain Kimani Melius brought himself on, and he really has bowled economically, building pressure from one end. And Lee John has done the same from the other end, and they've bowled well in partnership. And Lee John, he's picked up his 4th wicket, the 5th of the Central Castries inning. And the new batsman for Central Castries is Aiden Scholar. So Lee John figures reads 11.2 overs, 2 maidens, 4 wickets for 57 runs. He's really done the business there for his team in the second innings. As he will be bowling to the new batter, he remains round the wicket. And Scholar is forward and defends, looks to go through for a run, but is sent back by Tyler Sukwa. So Central Castries with the batters to come: Kimani Sextus, Dylan John, Cipriani Norville, Keithan Shalmine. So they would be hoping that the remaining batsmen could really add to the lead, which now sits on 80. Has been on 80 for some time. We see a change in the field. Straight mid off and mid on. Scholar goes back and works this one into the leg side. A good stop by Jadel Cyril at square leg. And there's no addition to the score. So Lee John continues to apply pressure here to the batter Scholar. His first 3 deliveries is not off the mark as yet. John continues and Scholar defends well. And this brings a successful over to an end from the Gros team. Central Castries, they are 233 for 5 after 44 overs.
Lee John continuing to bowl well for his team. He has taken 4 wickets. And he got the prize wicket of Stephen Leitrim in his last over there. So, Central Castries, they will, as you said, they will want to add up to what they have on the scoreboard, add up to the lead. But the remaining batsmen are not that capable. But you can never tell what will happen in cricket. But we just have to wait and see.
Tyler Sukwa, he struck 2 mighty 6s in his 15 runs so far. So Central Castries would be hoping that he can continue in that vein, as there will be a bowling change at the northern end. Tariq Edward replaces Kimani Melius. So he comes right arm over the wicket, and Sukwa is forward and defends well. So Tariq Edward comes in, and it's an inside edge, goes past the stumps. The fielder at fine leg collects, and there's no run. So there's a first slip. Man on the cover boundary. Cover, long off, long on, mid wicket, square leg on the boundary, and a man at short mid wicket. Tyler Sukwa back and defends. Tariq Edward to continue. This one is wide outside the off stump, shoulders, arms. No ball signal by umpire McVin. To the bemusement of Tariq Edward, who questions this decision. No ball signal. This one being adjudged to have pitched off the playing surface. He would continue to Sukwa Tyler, who comes forward and defends well. It's a tight over so far from Tariq Edward, barring that one delivery that was adjudged a no ball by the umpire. Into this one again. Tyler is forward and defends well. The Grizzly fielders, they are upbeat. A lot of chat out in the middle. How does Tyler Sukwa respond? And he tries to work this one into the leg side. Inside edge onto the pad. Tidy over there, comes to an end from Tariq Edward. Central Castries 234 for 5.
A good tight over by Tariq Edward. As you said, despite the no ball, it was a good over. And so the Grizzly team will want to bowl more tight overs like this to really prevent the Central Castries batsmen from getting away with runs. So it's really a good game out there between the two teams. But at the moment, Grizzly, they are in front.
Lee John continues his marathon spell. He will be bowling his 13th over. He has been the most successful bowler for the team so far. He's picked up 4 wickets. 4 big wickets. Amari Verner, Jamal James, Jaden Eli Box, Stephen Natram. So he's really done the damage for the Grizzly team. As he continues, and he will be bowling to Scholar. This one, a ball on the line of the leg stump, which is worked into the vacant fine leg region. They go through for 1. They come back for another. Jad Goodman chases from first slip all the way down to the final leg region. And Aiden Scholar gets off the mark with those 2 runs. The score moves up to 236 for 5. A lead of 83. It looks like we have another fielder down, injured. Looks like Jadel Cyril may have hurt himself giving chase to that delivery. Looks to be a knee injury. Big fast bowler again. We saw Beyond Fanis going down earlier. So another blow here for the Gros pace bowling attack. Jadel Cyril looks to be coming off the field. Looks to have done some damage to his right knee, giving chase to that ball there. Central Castries, they lead by 83, and they would be looking to, with the batters who are out in the middle, Tyler Sukwa and Aiden Scholar, and those to come, in Kimani Sexius, Dylan John, Cipriani Norville, and Keithan Shalmine, look to push that lead as beyond the 100 mark, as close to 150 as they can. This one is flighted, and Norville goes for a big drive. Scholar, sorry. Not able to make sufficient contact with that delivery. That ball squirts out to the square leg region. This one is flighted, and it goes again. This one is into the long on region. And another simple catch presented to Noel Leo, who makes no mistake. And that's a 5-wicket haul for Lee John in the second innings of the Central Castries effort. A very good spell from Lee John.
Magnificent spell by Lee John. And he's breaking the back of the batting of the Central Castries team. And they were looking for quick runs. But the lead is just over 80 now. But they have lost another wicket, and the new batsman is Dylan John. So let's see if he can hit a few sixes. But at the moment, Grizzly team, they are the happier of the two teams.
Yes, just a moment to give some praise to the way Lee John has gone about his bowling today. A marathon spell. He's into his 13th over, and he's bowled 12.2, 3 maidens, conceded 59 runs, picked up those 5 crucial wickets, really breaking the back of the Grizzly effort, of the Central Castries effort, as you would have mentioned, Joe. So very good display of spin bowling by Lee John today.
Yes, well done. But although I think the batsmen allowed him to settle into that good groove, but nonetheless, he has his 5 wickets, and we have to admit that he did a very good job for his team.
So the second 5-wicket haul of the game. In the first innings, we had Beyond Fanis picking up 5 wickets for the Grizzly team. And in the second innings, the spinner, Lee John, picking up 5 wickets as well. The new batter for Central Castries, Dylan John, he can strike a few, and that is what will be required from him today if Central Castries are to pull off a victory here in the finals of this today encounter. As Dylan is forward and defends. Interesting field set. It's only one fielder on the offside. Everybody else is positioned on the leg side. The only fielder on the offside is long off. Captain Kimani Melius ringing in the changes as Lee John continues. This one is flighted on the leg stump, and Dylan tries to hike this one over the leg side. Not making any contact. Dot ball. Score 236 for 6. As Dylan again gives himself room. only managing to find the fielder at square leg. And he's able to get a single and get off the mark. Score moves on to 237. The end of a successful over for the Grizzly team.
Yes, and Grizzly really beginning to get into their work now. They made the breakthrough. We had a good partnership between Jamal James and Omari Venner, but since then it has been a procession to and from the pavilion by the Central Castries batsmen. So Lee John and Sukwa, they will have to try the best to get some more runs and quick runs too. But at the moment, the Grizzly team, they are on top, and they would want to go through the rest of the batting to really give themselves a chance to win outright.
It will be another bowling change, and it will be Isaiah Jones. He will be replacing Tariq Edward. Jones has bowled 2 overs for 24 runs, so a bit on the expensive side. And he will be facing up or bowling to Dylan John as he comes right arm over the wicket. And John goes for an almighty heave. Disappointment from Isaiah. Looked to have gotten the edge, but keeper Dominic Ogis not able to complete the catch. Isaiah Jones was not happy. And he continues. This one is flighted, and Dylan gets contact this time and hits this one straight back past the bowler. Phil Ladd long off does well and limits them to just the 1 run. 238 for 6. The lead creeps up to 85. And this brings Tyler Sukwa on strike. We know that Tyler Sukwa can hit a big ball. It's Isaiah Jones. And Tyler Sukwa goes hard at this one. And this one is out of the park. 6 more runs. His third 6 of the innings.
Yes, a good blow struck there by Sukwa. A delivery outside the off stump, and Sukwa hitting it over wideish long on for 6. So a good blow so struck there by Sukwa, but they will need many more to really give themselves a chance in that game. But Sukwa and Dylan John will have to really push the scoring rate along.
Yes, the lead now into the 90s. 91-run lead by the Central Castries team. 244 for 6. Tyler Sukwa takes his tally up to 21 of the 14 deliveries. As I said, he struck some 3 mighty 6s. So Isaiah Jones will be wary of that as he continues. Gets this one to get some purchase off the wicket and spin past the bat of Sukwa. And Tyler Sukwa, he would want to continue striking those balls as Jones gets the edge, drops shot of the slip fielder who fields well. And there's no run. Final delivery in Isaiah's third over. He's not been allowed to settle today by the Central Castries batsmen. This one is flighted outside the off stump. And Sukwa allows this one to be taken by the keeper. The score remains on 244 for 6. 47 overs have been bowled. Theo Edward, he got 20 of 35 deliveries. Amari Werner, he got 53 of 107 deliveries. Jamal James got to 90 of 77. Stephen Natram, 16 of 19. Jaden Elibox, 19 of 21. Tyler Sukwa, he's not out, 21 of 17. Aiden Scholar, 2 runs of 7 deliveries, and Dylan John is still out there. He is 2 of 5 for the Grizzly team. Beyond Fanis, he's bowled 6.2 overs, picked up 1 wicket for 18 runs. And the other wicket taker, Lee John, he's bowled 13 overs. He will be bowling his 14th now, and he's picked up 5 wickets for 60 runs. As he will be bowling to Dylan John, right arm around the wicket, and John goes through a big shot and straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. So catching practice out here
as the Central Castries batters looking to go after the bowling, looking to go after Lee John. They continue to pick out the fielders set on the boundary. And Dylan John falls to the trap. Lee John picks up his 6th wicket of the innings.
Yes, good spell of bowling by Lee John. And Dylan John, he had no choice but to try and push on the score, but he perished in the end. He was caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So, another wicket going down, and the Grizzly team, they're a very happy bunch out there. And they are sensing they will have less than that 150 we were talking about to win outright.
Yes, and before that ball, before that over, there was a change in the field setting, and Captain Kimani Melius only opted for one fielder on the offside. Everybody else was positioned on the leg side, and Dylan John still opting to play that slug sweep, only managing to find the fielder. The safe hands of Tariq Edward on the deep mid-wicket boundary. The new batter will be Kimani Sexius, coming in at number 9. Lee John continues, and this one is flighted, and Kimani is able to bring the bat down in time. Looked to have misjudged the length of that delivery. He was neither forward nor back. Lee John continues. This one is from way behind the bowling crease again. Kimani is not able to make any contact with that one. Gets wrapped on the pad. There's no run. 244 for 7. A lead of 91. This one is shot, and Kimani rocks back. Punches this one into the leg side. No addition to the score. 2 more deliveries in the over. This one is flighted, and Kimani is forward and defends well. Bat close to his pad. The Grizzly team thought that this was the last ball in the over, but the umpire correcting them. Still 1 ball left. Kimani Sexius on strike. This one is flighted, and he goes forward and opens the face, and they're able to come through for an easy single. And Kimani Sexius is off the mark, and Lee John completes his 14th over, and he's picked up 6 wickets for 61 runs. Real exhibition of spin bowling today by Lee John.
Yes, good spell by Lee John, and he has given the Grizzly team an opportunity to win the game outright. But let us wait and see. But so far, they have been bowling very well. And after they broke that partnership between Omari, Venner, and the other batsman, they have been chipping away at the wickets, and they have gotten 7 wickets now. So Grizzly, they have really put the screws now on the Central Castries batsmen.
Isaiah Jones to Kimani Sexius, and this one spins past the bat of Sexius. Isaiah into his 4th over. It's been the most expensive so far. As Sexius edges this one past the slip fielder. This one will challenge the boundary, but Noel Leo is able to pull it back in. They'll come through for 2. Score moves up to 247 for 7. First shot of aggression here there by Kimani Sexius, and the slip region is being strengthened now with a second slip. This one is flighted, and Sexius goes again, only finding the outside edge. So he's really not getting to the pitch of those deliveries. But swinging the kitchen sink at it, only managing to find the edge. This one landing safely. So he survives, brings Tyler Sukwa back on strike. And Sukwa, he has continued to fight for his team. As this one is flighted and he comes forward and defends. It's always good to see the middle order batters or the batters in the lower order putting up their hand and getting runs for their team. As this one is flighted and Sukwa goes, and this one is skied into the air. The bowler is running back, but it falls safely between the fielder at long on and the bowler. And they're able to cross through for one. A chance, Joe, you would say?
Not really, but I think what put the fielder at Isham along on off, because the bowler was going towards the ball, so he didn't want to collide with him probably. Yeah, right. So they had no communication between them.
Yes, certainly better communication may have resulted in a different outcome, as we see this slip cordon strengthened. Isaiah flies this one outside the off stump, and Kimani comes forward and drives this one well all along the ground. The fielder on the cover boundary comes around to his right and collects. They're only able to go through for one. It brings the over to an end. It brings up the 250 for Central Castries. Certainly a very good batting effort for them this second time around. They now lead by 97.
Yes, a better effort by Central Castries in the second innings, but that effort should have been in the first innings. But nevertheless, better late than never. So we just have to see how the game will pan out. But at the moment, Gros has the upper hand.
Yes, certainly Gros would not be too worried about the lead at the moment. It's creeping up to three figures though. It's 97 as we speak. Lee John will be continuing into his 15th over. This one is flighted on the off stump. Sexius comes forward and defends. Just to make mention of the field setting by Captain Melius. Only one man positioned on the offside, and he has asked Lee John to bowl that leg stump line. Central Castries batter, they continue to look for the big shots and holdouts as this one is punched into the offside, the vacant offside. They go through for one. Surely they should be looking for the second. They opt against it. As Kimani Sexius was sent back by Tyler Sukwa. Sukwa has been the one who's been out there. He's faced some 19 deliveries. Smashed 3 sixes so far. As Lee continues, Sukwa is well forward and defends well. 251 for 7. And he slugs this one, drags this one from outside the off stump all the way to the fielder at square leg. And one would think that with that delivery on the line of the off stump and only one man positioned on the offside, play that ball through the offside would be a better option. And they're choosing to drag those deliveries. Well left in the end by Kimani Sexius. This one shaving the off stump, opting to leave. And Lee John not getting enough turn on that occasion. And that ball going past the off stump with the arm. And the end of another over. 50 overs bowled in the innings. The Central Castries team, they are 252 for 7. The lead is now 99.
Yes, it was a brave leave alone in that last delivery there by Sexius. The ball could easily have turned and knocked the off stump, but it was not to be, so he lives to fight another day.
Jones to Sukwa. And this one is hit high and long. Long off. Over the wall. Into the river. Commanding shot there by Tyler Sukwa. His 4th six of the innings. The lead has now gone past 100. Psychological win for the Central Castries team.
Big blow struck there by Sukwa. A ball tossed up. And he went with the shot and hit it over along off for 6. A good shot, but they will want many more of those shots to really give themselves a chance in this game.
Yes, a lead of 105 now. Isaiah Jones, some 5 sixes have been struck off his bowling. So the Central Castries team, they've really taken a liking to him. 4.1 overs, he's conceded the 42 runs and he's not picked up a wicket.
Yes, he's looking quite ordinary, Isaiah Jones, although I know he can do better, but today probably is not his day.
As Tyler Sukwa settles, he's on 29. As Jones comes in, and this one is outside the off stump, and Sukwa cuts on a very good stop there by Noel Leo at short third man. And there is no run, no addition to the score. 258 for 7. And Sukwa, he is causing some trouble for the Grizzly team as this one is flighted and he goes back to a foolish delivery. But he defends well. But comes down in time as the bowler opts for a change in line. Right arm around the wicket to the right-handed. Sukwa comes forward and defends comfortably. No addition to the score. As this one is flighted and hit and straight to the longer fielder this time. A drop catch. Second drop catch by the fielder out on long off. Looks like it is that Leo Alexander down at long off? Another chance going down off the bowling of Isaiah Jones. A big wicket. Tyler Sukwa gets a life.
Yes, so Isaiah is unlucky after he's not bowling that well and he got that chance, but it was put down.
As Kimani Sections works this one into the leg side. They go through for one. Wheeler thinking about the second. A good work there by Lee John coming off the boundary. Restrict them to just 1 run. 260 for 7 at the end of over number 51. Tyler Sukwa, he is 30 of 26 deliveries. Continues to battle well for his team. And his partner, Kimani Sextus, who is 7 of 14 deliveries. Central Castries, they now lead by 107 with a full session of play left in the day. Central Castries would be hoping that these two can carry that lead to as close to 150 or even surpass the 150 the way that Tyler Sukwa is going at the moment, as Lee John is continuing to Kimani Sextus, who is back and forces this one into the offside. There's no addition to the score. Lee John into his 16th over of the innings. This one is flighted and Kimani defends into the offside again. Good challenging bowling there from Lee John. But so far, Sextus and Sukwa, they've been equal to the task. This one is defends well again. Partnership with 16 runs. Every run that is scored from here on is crucial in the context of this game. Central Castries batting a second time. They were able to overhaul the deficit of 151. They are now in the ascendancy. They lead by 107. One would think that surely 107 is not enough at this point in time. But they still have 3 wickets in hand as Lee John continues. This one is flighted and another leave by Kimani Sextus. But this one just going on with the arm again, not spinning back into the right-handed batter. Gets away with this one. As Lee John continues. 5th ball of his over. This one is flighted and an almighty heave into the leg side. The fielder comes around and is not able to make up the ground in time. And they did not cross for any run. Must have thought that he picked out the fielder in the end. They did not cross for one. The ball was hit all the way to the mid-wicket boundary. The fielder had to run about 4 yards to his left. And the batters, they decided not to run. 260 for 7. Final delivery in the over. And he allows this one to be taken by the keeper. End of over number 52. Central Castries, they are 260 for 7.
Yeah, it baffled me that before the last time I delivered the ball that was hit to mid-wicket and they didn't go for a run. And you suggested that every run is precious. Every run is important in the context of the game, and they didn't go for the run. Anyway, they are the two batters out there in the middle, and they know what they're about. They know what they're doing. But at the moment, Grizzly will be happy that they did not go for the run.
For the Central Castries team, the only currency they should be worried about is runs on the board. That's the only way they have a chance in this game, as it will be Isaiah Jones to continue. He will be bowling his 6th over, facing up to bowling to Tyler Sukwa, who's on strike. He is well set on 30 of 26 deliveries, and this one is flighted, and Sukwa comes forward, blocks this one back to the bowler, and there is no run. So we have been blessed with good sunshine this afternoon, and this one is punked through the offside by Sukwa. They go through for one, but thinking about the second, and Kimani Sexius calls him through. And they get 2 comfortable runs in the end. Good shot there by Sukwa. Good running by the pair. The score goes up to 262 for 7.
Yeah, good batting there by Sukwa, and good running between himself and Kimani Sexius.
Takes his time to get ready to face up to Isaiah Jones. Now some mind games being played out there, and they both are ready as John goes past the umpire and flights this one, and Sukwa goes high and straight back past the bowler, and this one he gets enough bat on it. Another 6 credited to Tyler Sukwa. 32 of 28. He is now hit 5 sixes. 38 of 29, correction. Tyler Sukwa, he's in a no-nonsense mood this afternoon and really battling for his team out there this afternoon. The lead now goes up to 115 as Jones continues, and Sukwa defends well. Good battle out in the middle between Tyler Sukwa and Isaiah Jones. Partnership of 24. As this one is spunked into the leg side. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary does well. But they're only able to come through for 1 run. These two, they have put on 25. Partnership of 25. Sukwa 39. And Kimani Sexius 7. As Isaiah Jones will be bowling to Sexius. And this one is edged or guided through the keeper and first slip. And will challenge the boundary. They go through for 1. They come back for the second. And 2 runs added to the total. At the end of over number 53. Central Castries, they are 271 for 7. The lead with a lead of 118.
Yes, and so they will want to really add up to that lead And as we were suggesting earlier, they might be looking for a lead of 150, 170, but the core of the batting is back in the pavilion. But these two will try their best to see how many more they can get. So let us see how much they will be able to get as the sunshine is back with us in all its brilliance here at the Mindoo Phillip Park.
It will be Lee John to continue. He will be bowling his 17th over of the innings. As Sukwa goes down on one knee and hits this one into the mid-wicket region. He's really looking to take the attack to the Grizzly bowling at the moment. And this brings Kimani Sexius on strike. The score now 272 for 7. Lee John, he's been the pick of the bowlers so far. He's picked up 6 wickets as he bowls this one to Kimani and punches this one neatly through the offside, all along the ground for 4. The shot of authority there from Kimani Sexius, rocking back and punching this one through the covers. 4 vital runs added to the total.
Yeah, that was a flamboyant shot there by Kimani Sexius. A short ball, he went back and played it like an opening batsman. A beautiful shot by Sexius.
Lee John to continue. And Sexius is back again and punches this one into the offside. He picks up a single. So it's not all out attack by the pair out in the middle for Central Castries. They've married power hitting with those quick singles, being aware of the field placements and being able to manipulate the field and pick up singles, not allow pressure to build. As Lee John comes in, bowls a quicker one, and Sukwa is equal to the task. 277 for 7. A lead of 124. Grizzly would love to see the back of Tyler Sukwa as Lee John bowls this one, and it's punched straight back to the bowler. No addition to the score. This one is flighted and Sukwa goes and hits this one high. Is it a chance? And the fielder comes around and completes the catch. Another wicket to Lee John. Another catch to Noel Leo out in the deep. And this is the end of a crucial innings from Tyler Sukwa. He is caught. Noel Leo bowled Lee John, who picks up his 7th wicket of the innings.
Yes, a good knock there by Sukwa. But the Central Castries team would have wanted him to carry on, but it was not to be. And Legion, as you said, taking the 7th wicket, and Noel Leo, who is the wicket keeper for the team, but he's not keeping at the moment, has a safe pair of hands, and so he took a very good catch. So the Grizzly team, they will be very happy to see the back of Sukwa, because Sukwa was beginning to look very dangerous. So that's a good wicket to get at that juncture.
Yes, Central Castries, they would have been hoping that Tyler Sukwa could have continued this enterprising innings for another 5 or 10 overs. But, you know, the pressure of having to set a target big enough to create some panic in the Grizzly camp and give yourself enough time to go out there and get possibly 10 wickets to win the game. As it's Isaiah Jones to continue. He will be bowling to Kimani Sexius, who tries to heave this one. And here he comes through for 1. Kimani Sexius goes up to 15. He's faced the 24 deliveries. And he's only hit 1 boundary so far. So they would be looking for him to be a lot more aggressive. His partner, Cipriani Norville, comes in and drives outside the off stump and misses this one. Cipriani Norville would be looking to get Kimani Sexius back on strike. This one is worked into the leg side, a good shot. And they settle for 1. As Kimani Sexius, the senior of the two out in the middle, will be looking to face as many of the deliveries remaining as possible and look to maximize and really increase that lead, which now stands at 126. Isaiah Jones will be looking to pick up his first wicket of the innings. He's been expensive as he continues, and this one is flighted, and Kimani Sexius tries to slog sweep this one, gets an inside edge down to the vacant fine leg region, but they only come through for 1. $279 for it. Cipriani Noville comes on strike. And this one is driven over cover, but not enough power, not enough timing on that one. They able to come through for 1. So Cipriani Noville moves up to 2. Brings Kimani Sexius on strike. Sexius gives himself room, but punches this one and only finds the fielder at point, and there is no run. At the end of over number 55, the score 281 for it. Central Castries, they lead by 128 runs.
Yes, and they will be a bit happy with what has transpired so far, although they would want a little more added them to the lead, but they have done well in the second innings, considering that they scored only 136 in the first innings, and now they are 250 and 281 for it. So much better showing in the second innings. So at least they will have something to bowl at.
Lee John into his 18th over, and he's bowling to Cipriani Noville, who comes forward and defends well. And the Gros team, they could sense that they're almost there, just 2 wickets away. But they would still have some batting to do in the second innings. The lead now 128. So this one is flighted, and Noville punches this one straight to the fielder at mid-off. And there's no run. And Noville would be looking to get Kimani Sexius back on strike. And this one is straighter, wrapped on the pad. Half appeal from the Gros team. But there is no run. 281 for it. Some 55.3 overs have been bowled. This one a wayward delivery. Good tick by the keeper. Looks like the keepers have been changing in between overs. Now Jad Goodman with the gloves for the Gros team, as Noville is back and gets this one out the outside edge, and they get 1. So just what Central Castries would have wanted. Kimani Sexius is back on strike. He is 16 of 26 deliveries. He's been out in the middle for some time. He's only hit just the 1 boundary. How does he play this from here? As Lee John comes in and flies this one, and Sexius goes high over the offside. But that's 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and out is it? Did it go into the boundary? This one bouncing and stopping, not going into the boundary. But the batters, they only crossed through for a single. And Kimani Sexius not capitalizing on that one. Only getting 1 run from this shot. Score moves up to 283 for it. And clearly the plan now as we see it from a Central Castries point of view, is that Cipriani Noville to try to rotate the strike and get Kimani Sextus to face as many of the deliveries as possible.
Yes, that should be the plan from now until the end. So let's see if they will be able to execute that plan.
It will be Isaiah Jones to continue. And he will be bowling to Kimani Sextus. Was that an edge? This one went back, went past the bat. And by signal by umpire. Looked to have spun past the bat, past the keeper's gloves. And the fielder at slip looked to have been the one to intercept that, that delivery. Cipriani Noville is facing up to Isaiah Jones now. And he works this one into the outside, a quick single. Good running there by the pair. Brings Kimani Sextus back on strike. That's exactly what the Central Castries team would be hoping for. That Cipriani Noville doesn't soak up too many deliveries and he gets Kimani Sextus back on strike. And Kimani Sextus would be expected to up the ante and to really push on the score. A lead of 130. As this one is punched into the offside. A good shot there by Sextus. This one will challenge the boundary. They go through for one. And Kane Elcock is able to haul this one in before it goes into the boundary. Another 2 runs added to the total. Kimani Sextus moves up to 19. This one is down the leg side. An almighty heave. It doesn't make contact. Would have felt that he missed out on this occasion. Loose delivery by Isaiah Jones. Really not capitalizing on that one, the batter.
Yes, and he will be very disappointed with himself, getting a loose delivery down the leg side and did not make full use of it.
Jones to continue. And this one is on the offside and Kimani drags this one into the leg side. And they go through for one. The lead now 134. With one more delivery left in this over. Isaiah Jones is bowled 7.4 overs. He's not picked up a wicket. He's considered 63 runs. So he will be bowling to Cipriani Noville, who allows this one to be taken by the keeper. 288 for it after over number 57.
Yes, and a good contest out there in the middle between bat and ball between the two teams. And so as we say, the Central Castries team, they will want to get something in the region of 150, 170 to give themselves a chance. But the Grizzly team will have other ideas and will want to restrict them below that 150, 170. But let us wait and see what will transpire.
This has really been an exhibition of durability from Legion. As Kimani Sextus down on one knee and slugs this one over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. So a good blow here struck by Kimani Sextus takes the score up to 294 for 8. So they're nearing that 300 landmark that they would have spoken to before they went out to bat in the second innings.
Yeah, good shot by Sextus.
It's Legion round the wicket and Sextus goes down on one knee again. One arm, one hand coming off the bat. This time only succeeding in getting a single. 295 for it. Kimani Sextus, he is playing a good hand there as well for his team. 27 of 33 deliveries, 1-4 and 1-6. Cipriani Noville comes in to strike now. And Legion opts to stay around the wicket to Noville. This one is flighted on the offside and Noville dries, but straight back to the bowler. Good partnership building out there for the Central Castries team. It's now worth 18 runs.
Norville goes in the aerial route into the vacant square leg region. They go through for one. And Kimani Sextus sends him back. So a clear message that Kimani Sextus is sending out to Cipriani Norville, letting him know that he is the man in charge, the senior batter.
Yes, and I think it's a good ploy by Kimani Sextus. The more runs they can get to add to the lead, it's the better for them.
Let's see how this plans out as Sextus goes back and punches this one wide of long off. Powerful shot and finds the boundary. A good decision in the end by Kimani Sextus to stay on strike. He rocked back and punched that one wide of the long off fielder. Valiant effort there by Khan Elcock diving to his left. Unable to stop that one going into the boundary. 300 up for the Central Castries team. The lead now on 147. As Lee continues and Sextus giving himself room and squatting this one out to the third man region. They come back for a second. So good aggression being shown there. Good aggression being shown there by Kimani Sextus. The score now 302 for it. 58 overs have been bowled. Central Castries, they lead by 149.
Yes, so good batting there by Kimani Sextus. And he's playing some shots there that the top or the batsman would be playing. So he looks very good at the moment. And so they have pushed that lead to 149. And they would want to get many more. So good batting by Kimani Sextus, and he's getting good support from Norville.
Yes, and something to think about now for the Gros team. With the lead now at 150. And we're not far off from the end of this session. With one session left in the day's play. Central Castries, they've done well for themselves. As we see now Captain Kimani Melius opting for one of his pacers now. It looks like Davin Ford will be brought into the attack. Want to remind our listeners and viewers that Beyond Fanis and Jadel Cyril pulled up with injuries. So they may not even be able to bowl or assist the captain in getting the remaining 2 wickets. So they've called upon the services of Davin Ford, who has bowled just the 4 overs. He's not picked up a wicket and considered 15 runs.
Yeah, I think Kimani Melius, he missed a trick there because a bowler of Fordswell caliber is just bowling just 4 overs.
Good contest building out there in the middle. The Central Castries team, they've not just allowed the game to go by. They've fought well in the second innings. A lead of 149 now. As Ford comes into Norville. Comes forward and defends well. Solid. Cipriani Norville, 5 of his 12 deliveries. And his role in this partnership with Kimani Sextus is really to rotate strike. Allow Kimani Sextus to face the bulk of the bowling. As Ford comes and this one is outside the off stump, and Norville drives through the offside, beats the fielder in the circle, and they're able to collect 2 more runs. Good looking shot there by Cipriani Norville.
Yes, so now Kimani Sextus will have to rely on him or trust him in facing a few more deliveries because he's looking good.
Most certainly after that shot. Looks to know what he's about as Ford continues, and this one is straighter and Norville is forward and defends well. Cipriani Norville would have played for the National Under 15 team not too long ago. So he has some ability and his team would be expecting him to stay out there and continue the fight. As Ford continues and bowls him. A wild swipe across the line by Norville. Just as I was giving him praise for how solid he had been for the 15 deliveries he had faced up to this point. Wild shot, and Davin Ford gets the breakthrough for his team.
Yes, because myself was also praising him. So it was a double tongue that we put on him there. And so he was comprehensively beaten and bowled there by Davin Ford. So another wicket going down for Central Castries. And I'm sure Grizzly will be very happy. So the new batsman is Shalmine. And let's see how long he'll be able to stay there with Kimani Sexius to prolong that lead for them.
Yes, a timely breakthrough there for the Grizzly team. So they're now 1 wicket away of closing out the Central Castries team second innings. 304 for 9. Valiant effort by the Central Castries team. They now lead by 151. So this game is not over by any means. There's still a lot to play for out there. Both teams are still in this contest. Davin Ford, he continues, picked up his first wicket in the previous delivery. 4.4 overs, 1 for 17. New batter, Kifan Shalmine. Ford goes past the umpire now, and Shalmine is forward and defends well. One more delivery left in this over. More of the same would be required from Shalmine from a Central Castries perspective. Crosley would love to pick up another wicket and close out the innings in this over as Davin Ford goes past the umpire now. It's a slower delivery and driven into the offside by Shalmine. Good stop there by Lee John. And no addition to the score. So at the end of over number 59, Central Castries, they are 304 for 9. A lead of 151.
Yes, and Central Castries, they will be breathing a sigh of relief right now to get 150 odd lead. So at least they will be thinking that they have a chance. So we'll just have to wait and see. But at the moment, it's a good contest between the two teams out there in the middle.
Yes, and Captain Kimani Melius continued with his trump card. Lee John into his 20th over of the innings, and he's picked up 7 wickets. He would love to get the final wicket for his team as he bowls to Kimani Selectus, who goes down on one knee and skies this one. And that is the end of the innings. An almighty heave from Kimani Selectus, only managing to sky this one. Another catch completed by Noel Leo. And Lee John, he has figures of 19.1 overs, 4 maidens, 8 wickets for 85 runs. What a display of bowling from the young man.
Yes, marvelous spell of bowling by Lee John. Really putting his team in a good position. But at the same time, the Central Castries team, they had a good fight back. And they must praise that partnership between Omari Venner and Jamal James, over 100-run partnership. So we are in for a very good last session. Yeah, so 151 is the lead. So we will be in for a very good last session, Dexter. But a good contest between the two teams.
Yes, a very good contest, a very good fight shown by the Central Castries team, second time of batting. And the lead of 151 is exactly what they trailed by at the start of the innings. So just to run through the batting, the scorecard in the second innings for Central Castries, we had Theo Edward 20 of 35 balls, Amari Verner 53 of 107 balls, Jamal James 90 of 77 balls, Stephen Natram 16 of 19 deliveries, Jaden Eli Box 19 of 21 deliveries, Tyler Sukwa, very good knock of 40 of 35 deliveries, Aiden Scholar 2 of 7, Dylan John 2 of 6, Kimani Sexius with a valiant effort in the end, 33 of 36 deliveries, Cipriani Norville, he was 7 of 16, and Kifan Shalmine, the not-out batsman, he faced 2 deliveries without scoring.
And the bowlers for Gros had Bijan Fanis, 6.2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18. Darwin Ford, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. Jadel Cyril, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 24. Tariq Edward, 10 overs, no maidens, none for 52 runs. Lee John, the standout performer with the ball for Gros in the second innings. He had 19.1 overs, 4 maidens. He picked up 8 wickets for 85 runs. Isaiah Jones, the most expensive of the lot, he bowled 8 overs, picked up no wickets for 63 runs. Captain Kimani Melius, 6.4 overs, no maidens, no wickets for 31 runs. So Central Castries, in the second time of asking, they scored 304 all out, an overall lead of 151. So we'll take a break between innings now. Gros, they need 152 runs for an outright victory here at the Mindoo Phillip Park. And we will resume the action, the commentary booth, when the action resumes out in the middle. So stay tuned.
And welcome back to the Mindoo Phillip Park, where we are about to witness the second inning of Gros. They are in pursuit of 152 runs for victory. And a minimum of 29 overs, of 29 overs left in the day's play. But Gros haven't won on first innings. They pretty much could just play out the day and they are going to be champions of the 2-day National Cricket Tournament. So Dylan John is going to take up the attack from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Canel Cock. And this one outside the off stump goes for the big expansive drive. Gets done on the edge. The ball goes through between slip and gully down to the footman region for one. And with me is Dexter Solomon. Dexter, do you think that the Gros team, they are going to pursue that 152 runs for victory?
The Gros team, they, as a batting unit, they are high on confidence. They've been batting well. And with Jad Goodman at the top of the order, they would be fancying their chances.
Central Castires, a much better second inning batting performance. And caught behind outside the off stump. Goodman looking to slap this run through the cover, gets an on the edge. And a healthy carry there to Stephen Natram. So Gros, not the sort of start they would have wanted. They have lost their first wicket. Jad Goodman caught behind.
Just what the doctor would have ordered for the Central Castries team. Dylan John getting a wicket in the first over. And not just any wicket, but the big wicket of Jad Goodman, who has been batting brilliantly for the Gros team.
Yes, certainly. Central Castries, if they could run through the top order of Gros, they could really send a few jitters in the dressing room. So certainly the captain Melius is coming out to do battle. So they certainly need to see the back of Melius. They need to see the back of, well, they have seen the back of Goodman and certainly Noel Leo. If you could get the big three, certainly the Gros team would be under a bit of pressure.
Yes, the Gros team, they have a very strong batting unit. And with Captain Kimani Melius batting at number 3 and with the likes of Noel Leo to come, Central Castries would know their only way to get a victory here today is to get those guys out quickly with only some 29 overs left in the display.
But speaking about getting them out quickly, do you think Central Castries perhaps give themselves enough time to do that? Couldn't an early declaration have been done? Perhaps 120 runs and declare the inning to give themselves a few more overs and possibly give Gros a chance of overhauling the total. Dangle a carrot, so to speak, in front of them.
Definitely something that the Central Castries team would have been deliberating about, whether they declare or whether they continue to bat and get bowled out. You know, they chose the latter and they have themselves a lead of 151 runs, they would think gives their bowlers a fighting chance. But like you say, with just 29 overs left, there's not much room for experimenting or getting it wrong. They need to really get things right from ball one, and they've started well.
Yes, certainly they have started well. So I reckon every 2 over there about they need to be picking up a wicket. So this one, it pushes it down to the vacant mid-on region. They cross through for 2 easy runs. So the field, heavily offside packed field. 2 slips, a gully. A man at backward point, cover. Man on third man. Made off. And this one, short ball, and Melius into position very quickly. It looked like he was anticipating that short ball, and he was on it in a flash, deposited it into the mid-wicket region for 6.
Yes, a good shot there by Captain Kimani Melius. This one, Dylan opting to go short at the batsman. And Melius in position quickly, getting a good chunk of that one over the mid-wicket region for a well-timed 6 runs.
So certainly the battle is on. Melius prepared to take on the short pitch bowling there from Dylan John. What is the response going to be like? Another short ball again, and it's just swivel and pulls this one into the mid-wicket region for 4 on this occasion, and he has overstepped in the process. So possibly not the best ploy, considering there's no one out on the boundary. A missed-time shot will just fall into a vacant position. I think if he's going to be bowling short, at least he needs some sort of cover on the mid-wicket region.
I think we're seeing the field change as we speak, but one would have thought that the first short ball may have been an error, but to have delivered 2 short deliveries to a man like Kimani Melius, that certainly was ill-advised from Dylan John.
I think he could have taken the chance, but the field was not set for that sort of bowling. And this one wide outside the off stump on this occasion. Throw the bat at it, and it traveled all the way past the point boundary for 6. So certainly Melius is dealing in boundaries in that over. A very expensive first over. He certainly got the wicket of Jad Goodman, but in the process considered 20 runs. So a very explosive start there by the Grizzly team.
Yes, certainly Captain Kimani Melius not allowing the pressure of the moment to get to him, really dispatching the remaining deliveries in that over from Dylan John. And the Central Castries team, they would know how dangerous a batsman Kimani Melius could be when he gets going.
Yes, certainly one of the few players who have scored 2 centuries in the T10 tournament. So he has the ability to take the bowling apart. But again, the planning was a bit poor with the previous 2 short deliveries from Dylan John. There was absolutely no one out on the boundary. So even if he had missed time, certainly there was no one to take the catch. And then he followed that up with a wide delivery outside the awesome. Came and he really just threw the kitchen sink at it, and it went a country mile. So certainly not the best of execution by John. So Sukwa now outside the off stump, wide at that, and can really throw his bat at this one. Certainly Captain Melius immediately goes down to have a word with the young man.
A change in the opening pair for the Central Castries team in this innings. Previous innings we saw Kimani Sextus entrusted with the new ball. On this occasion it's Tyler Sukwa, and he did get the wicket of Kimani Melius in the first innings.
Certainly has lost his footing, had to abort his run. So Tyler Sukwa, one of very strange action in the way he tends to cock the arm before he takes off.
Can Elcock will be looking to get himself a score. He really is not being in and amongst the runs, and he would be looking to take full advantage of this opportunity here today.
This one just on about off stump, comes in defense. So certainly Elcock, as you indicate, has not been among the runs, and a good opportunity to just bat out the rest of the day's play. It's really of very little consequence whether he gets a half century or thereabout, but just batting out the remainder of the day's play certainly would do his confident that Would would driven firmly to the play at the mid-off. Tumbling save, no run resulting. So like we would say, just a good opportunity to get some good batting practice.
Yes, no real pressure, scoreboard pressure per se on him. You know, your team are in a very good position.
Certainly they have won on the first innings. They have basically secured the championship. So it's just a question of batting out the day, good batting condition, good batting surface. We saw the likes of Noel Leo getting 130, Jad Goodman getting a big half century, Jamal James and Amari Venner getting half centuries as well. So certainly there has been a good track for batting, and equally good enough for bowling, because we've seen some good bowling performances. And this one, he plays it through the point region, but good tumbling stop there by Theo Edward. So good over coming to an end. Actually, it was a maiden, no run came off. So good first over there by Tyler Sukwa.
Yes, Tyler Sukwa, he is known for his tight bowling and his wicket taking ability, and possibly why Captain Stephen Natcham would have entrusted him with the new ball in this innings. We did speak on Can Elcock and what may be required of him today. He gets an opportunity to bat for a long period of time and, you know, really enjoy his batting. With the way that Kimani Melius has come out and played his shots, there's really no pressure on Can Elcock to try to match that strike rate.
Yes, so first over, John considered some 20 runs. See whether he's going to have a much better over this time around. And this one up in the air over the extra cover region. It has traveled all the way, it looks like, for 6. Yes. A bit too much whiff outside the off stump there by Dylan John. Really, Kimani Melius need no second invitation. Just threw the bat at it, and it traveled all the way for 6. A good shot indeed.
Yes, 6 runs again to Kimani Melius, his third 6 of the inning, clearly stating his intention here this afternoon.
Much fuller delivery, driven firmly to the fielder at the cover region, no run resulting. So much better delivery there by John. Short, and this one is pulled into the masher area, the masher ground. Slightly short there, and he was in position very quickly. just using the pace of Dylan John and deposited this one into the masher ground. So good shot indeed by Kimani Melius.
Yes, Kimani Melius looks to be in a T10 mood this afternoon. A short delivery, and he really flicked this one and hopped on one leg, getting this one out of the park. Takes the score up to 32, and he has scored 30 of those runs for his team.
So the ball is back in play. So a change in field. Fielder at mid-off is now dropped on out of to the extra cover boundary. So another pitch up delivery, driven firmly back at Dylan John. A bit of byplay between the two, but I think Kimani certainly is the one who was having the upper hand at this point.
Good aggression being shown by Dylan John here, but he would also love to see that these fielders support him in that effort. The fielders have just gone quiet after Kimani has struck some 4 sixes.
This one driven fielder comes off the extra cover boundary. 1 run resulted. So John certainly would be happy that Melius is off strike. Gets a chance to bowl at Canel Cock, who, as we have indicated, not in the best of form. So the field changes over for the left-handed Canel Cock. Short delivery, looking for the uppercut. Quite a bit of bounce there. And one must credit the curator, might very well be Mr. Dylan John himself. He has prepared a good deck and he's certainly enjoying the surface out there.
Yes.
Very sharp, quick delivery.
Dylan John, no one would know this wicket better than he would. And he is bowling from the end that he favors as well. Lifting delivery to Canel Cock. A dot delivery, a crucial dot delivery from a Central Castries perspective.
Yes, certainly we have seen a few quick deliveries. This last one there from Dylan John, but one certainly must remember beyond Fanis, who first inning took 5 for 22. And the second inning there, his 4 overs this morning. It was really fiery. It's a pity he went down with cramp towards the afternoon, but certainly I must say I've enjoyed watching this youngster bowl. He really puts his all into it. And Kimani Melius looking to hike this one over the mid-wicket region. Missed opportunity there. Last delivery angling into his pads.
And that battle out there right now, Tyler Sukwa to Kimani Melius, as I would have indicated earlier. Sukwa was the one who got the prize wicket of Melius in the first innings, and Central Castries would be hoping that he could get his wicket again this time round.
Good Yorker delivery there. Melius able to dig this one out at the last moment. Certainly he was winding up for that big shot. But good bowling there by Tyler Sukwa. Keeping it real full. Sukwa looks like he's up for the challenge. So a change in the field. The mid-on has been dropped on the mid-on long on boundary, sorry. And this one uppishly is just lofted nonchalantly over the long off region for 6. What a shot there by Kimani Melius, just playing through the line of that delivery.
Yes, Kimani Melius really showing his full repertoire of strokes out here this afternoon. This one was timed with ease over the wide long off region, going all the way onto the roof and outside of the ground for his 5th 6 of the innings.
So it does appear that Captain Melius perhaps wants an outright victory. He's not contented with just first innings in a grand finals. He's look like he's going after that 152 runs. And this one is firmly driven, but straight to Jaden Eli box at mid-off. No run results in. So good comeback delivery there by Sukwa.
Good reply from Tyler, and Kimani Melius, he is timing the ball ever so well this afternoon.
Another full delivery. Possibility of a run out, and Khan is run out. So Melius has called for a, one would say, non-existent single because Khan was run out. He certainly was not backing up. And good presence of mind there by Tyler Sukwa to have collected the ball and decide to throw at the striker's end. And Khan Elcock fell short. So Khan Elcock could be very disappointed. An opportunity perhaps to just bat out the evening. Captain called for a run, went for it, and he perished in the process.
Yes, and it's a case of lightning striking twice for Khan Elcock getting run out in both innings. In the first innings, he was also run out, and Kimani Melius really calling Khan through for a non-existent single. You know, Tyler Sukwa did well to get some hand onto that drive, and he was able to get the ball and get it back to the keeper in time to effect that run out. So poor dismissal there from the Grizzly team. They've lost their second wicket, 39 for 2.
Well, with the dismissal of Khan Elcock, he's been replaced by another left-hander, Noel Leo, the centurion in the first innings. Certainly he would be in good form. He got 130 runs in the first innings. And as much as Grosley may be disappointed that Khan Elcock got run out, but it can be a blessing in disguise if they are going to go after the runs, because with these two at the crease, anything can happen. And first shot there, lofted drive, it may have traveled all the way. Looks like it has gone for 6. So certainly one would, by the shot that was played, very first delivery, Noel Leo face, it tells you that there's a possibility that Grosley, they are going after that 152.
With the ability of those guys, the technical ability of those guys, the form that Noel Leo is in and the form that Kimani Melius has showed up to this point, if these two don't get dismissed, that 151 will be knocked off very soon. And Central Castires, they would be wary of that.
So it looks like there's going to be a change from the top after 2 overs. Dylan John will be replaced. He's bowled 2 overs for 33 runs. He has picked up a wicket, but certainly economy of 16.5. He can't continue with him for too long. So it looks like Coach Shalmine. So the youngster would be under a bit of pressure there. He certainly needs to get it right, because if not, certainly he will be disappearing out of the park. Keithan Shalmine. First ball, edge, and there's no slip provided. So the captain, Stephen Nitcham, certainly would be regretting the fact that he did not provide the youngster with a slip. Very first delivery, getting the edge of Kimani Melius, and the ball went through to the slip cordon down to the boundary for 4. So opportunity gone big in there for Central Castries.
Yes, the way Kimani Melius has played in this inning so far is thrown a spoke in the wheel of the Central Castries team, where they have just lost the plan of being attacking, and they removed the slip and the chance went a begging.
And this one is short, and he goes back and pulls this one into the masher ground for 6. So the young Shalmine would be advised with his pace not to come out and be bowling short at Kimani Melius.
He had just gotten the edge of Kimani Melius' bat with a brilliant delivery outside the off stump, rising. It's just a pity that the first slip was not in position, and he immediately went to that back of a length shorter delivery that Kimani Melius, really in the form that he is in today, that is not going to be a challenge for him at that pace.
Well, like I said earlier on, we're still in the festive season, so I think Shalmine has just come bearing gifts.
Target has now been reduced to 97 runs, and it's just 4.2 overs being bowled so far. Kimani Melius, he has raced to 47 of 17 deliveries, 2 4s and 6 6s.
And Gros, they have moved on to 55. So Gros look like they are on course to overhaul the 152 runs required to win the game. Short, and hits this one off the back foot over the extra cover region for 4. So it looks like everything Kimani Melius touches is goal, and he has brought up his 50 of 18 deliveries with 2 4s, 3 4s, sorry, and 6 6s. Strike rate of 276.
Yes, a really enterprising innings there from Kimani Melius. He has really taken the attack to the Central Castries team to the benefit of his team.
And this one is short, and he just gets into position and whips this one onto the stand and out of the park. So certainly Kimani Melius is in a no-nonsense mood, and it definitely looks like he's going to overhaul that 152 runs, perhaps in less than 15 overs at the rate that they're going.
Yes, and the Grizzly team, they a very powerful batting unit, and they bat well and they bat deep. And Captain Kimani Melius is 57 of just 19 deliveries, 7 towering 6s and 3 4s. And he has his eyes set on that 151 target. And with just 87 runs required, the writing is on the wall.
I think at this point in time, the Central Castries team, they are shell-shocked. And this one, we have lost sight of it. And it has gone over the extra cover region for 6. So some 26 runs have come up this over so far. Still one delivery remaining.
Yes, another brutal shot there from Kimani Melius, taking the attack to the young Kifan Shalmine. He's bowled 5 deliveries and been dispatched for 26 runs, 3 sixes and 2 fours from his over so far.
And this one was clipped off the pad into the mid-wicket region. Misfielded by Kimani Sexius, and they're able to cross for 2. So 28 runs off the Keithan Shalmine over. Very expensive, and one really has to feel for the young man.
Yes, what an introduction it is into this innings for Kifan Shalmine. First over disappearing for 28 runs. But such is the brilliance of Kimani Melius and the form that he has shown in this inning so far. He is now 65 of 21 deliveries, grossly 73 for 2. And they require a further 79 runs for an outright victory.
So 73 for 2 in just 5 overs. So the current rate 14.6. So we see the introduction now of spin, Jaden Libox. Unlike the first inning where he came in very late into the attack, he's been introduced now after 5 overs.
Jaden Libox, he has his work cut out for him there, with just 79 more runs required for victory for the Grizzly team. He would be hoping that he could have the kind of success that Lee John had for the Grizzly team. Lee John picked up 8 wickets. So Jaden Libox would be hoping to replicate that sort of wicket-taking form for his team.
So first delivery depth to Noel Leo by Jaden Libox. This one was struck into the extra cover region. So Libox to Melius. And this one was short, and he got into position very quickly, and they posited it over the wide mid-wicket region for 6. So this one really sat up and was begging to be hit. And in the sort of form that Melius is in there, he's not going to miss out on that opportunity.
Yes, and Kimani Melius rocking back and helping himself to his 9th 6 of his innings. So he's really rampaging today. And no bowler is being spared. He's striking at 322.73.
This one again, just rocking back. One bounce on the fence and on out of the park. And Wood reaching us that there. A few vehicles been damaged on the outside there by Mr. Melius. So certainly consecutive 6s there. Even our statistician Roland Cox is a bit worried with his vehicle on the outside. So certainly it's raining 6s at the Mindoo Phillip Park there by Kimani Melius. He has struck 10 6s so far in a score of 77.
Yes, he's only faced the 23 deliveries, and 10 of those deliveries have disappeared outside the park. And he's not only causing damage on the wicket and on the field of play, he's causing damage outside of the grounds as well, with even the vehicles parked on the outside in danger.
So a very brutal innings there from the young man. And the target now has been reduced to 66.
This one is firmly driven, and it might be all the way. Good work done there by Kimani. Sexius, certainly saving 2 runs. So just coming forward and just pushes this one through the extra cover region for 2. So good cricket all wrong. Good shot and good fielding.
He has really grown in confidence, as it's only 24 balls for his innings, but he's shown that he's not all about the big sixes, but he can rotate the strike and find the gaps as well.
So 5 deliveries gone in the over. This one is stop and driven firmly again. It might just be 1. Good work there by Theo Edwards. Moving across to his left. So what's 16 runs coming off this over. So another very expensive over by Central Castires and Jaden Ibox.
Yes, Jaden Ibox going for 16 runs in his first over. 2 sixes considered in those 6 deliveries. And Kimani Melius, he really has taken the attack to every single bowler that has been introduced by Captain Stephen Natram.
So it looks like Kimani Sexius is going to take up the attack from the northern end. Certainly, the bowlers operating from the northern end has come under severe pressure. First, we had Dylan John, 2 overs for 43. And then you had Young Shalmain, 1 over for 28. So, operating from the northern end, we've had 3 overs completed from the northern end, and they have considered some 61 runs.
Yes, and Stephen Natram would be hoping that with this bowling change, Kimani Sexius, he would be able to at least break this partnership. And if not break this partnership, not be as expensive as the previous 2 overs.
So first ball, full toss, and this one has struck a long way. I think this is the biggest we have seen of the lot. This one went over the wide mid-wicket region towards the Martian court. Certainly, Kimani Melius is making light work of this total score, move on to 95 for 2. And in the process, Melios has moved on to 86. So the rate at which he is scoring, there's a possibility he can even bring up 100 in this over.
Yes, with just 57 runs now required for victory, Kimani Melios, he would have his eyes set on getting 3 figures for himself, and with that bringing a victory for his team.
So Central Castires really look deflated at this point. They are just going through the motion. So there's a hold up, not sure what exactly is the hold up, whether it's a question of one of the fielders went out searching for the ball. But it really won't make that much of a difference because the balls are really going out of the park. So there's a hold up momentarily. Oh yes, Theo Edward is coming back now. So Melius, Kimani, Sexius to Kimani Melius. And much better delivery. Looks to guide this one towards the backward point region where Amari Venner does the filling. So one can say a very successful delivery, in a sense, just one run coming off it in the context of the game.
Yes, given what we've seen from the previous bowlers or the carnage that has been caused off the bat of Kimani Melius, a single here is a good result for the Central Castries team. But they definitely would want to break this partnership, as I don't think there will be any letting up given the nature of the way that Noel Leo himself plays.
So Kimani Sexius. Look like the ball is back in play now. So the food umpire Francis Morris has been kept very busy. Certainly is earning his day's pay. So still 56 runs required for victory. And this one, just outside the off stump. No, Leo, a bit too casual on this occasion, looking to run the ball down through the Foodman region. Or perhaps looking to put the captain back on strike as quickly as possible. So Captain Melius really wants to get back on strike. He's itching to get back. But good over so far by Kimani Sexius. 4 deliveries bowled so far. He has only considered 7. And Leo just backing away towards the leg side and hitting this one towards the backward point region for 4. So even Leo now is looking to cash in on the action.
Yes, good improvisation there from Noel Leo, giving himself room and really carving this one into the offside, opening the face of the bat and getting a boundary for himself and his team. And that brings up the 100 for Grizzly. 102 inside over number 7.
Yes, certainly. Tremendous batting there. And looking to be cheeky on this occasion. Backing away on the offside, looking to scoop this one towards the fine leg region. Leg by signal by umpire McVeigh. So at the end of the 7th over, Grosley 101 for the loss of 2. So certainly going at a rate of 14.3 for free.
Yes, and now they only require further 51 runs to win. And at the beginning or at the halfway stage before the start of the innings, we would have all thought that 151 set by the Central Castries team may have been more of a challenge. But the way that Kimani Melius has come out and played today, 87 of 28 deliveries, some 11 sixes and 3 fours, he has really changed the script in favor of the Grosley team.
Certainly. He is having things his way, and he would be eyeing a century now. 14 runs required. No doubt he has ample time to get those 14 runs. So Noel Leo, he will be taking strike. He will be up against Jaden Elibox. Elibox has bowled 1 over and he has considered 16 runs. First one, this one is struck into the extra cover region. Mari Venner comes off the boundary rope and fails. 1 run resulting. So Captain Melius is back on strike. Certainly he took a liking to Jaden Elibok's first over. And 13 runs required for a century. And this one is short. Comes back and punches it towards the long on region. 1 run resulting. So a much better start to the over. This time around by Jaden Elibok.
Yes, and Kimani Melius looks to have been, as he approaches those 3 figures, to have been a lot more cautious. As Noel Leo continues. And that, if he is being a lot more cautious, that allows the bowler now to really get into a groove and bowl to a plan.
Noel Leo started to advance down the track. This one was fired across the batsman. Stephen Nitram dislodges the bill, but Leo was in his crease, so no damage done. And this one looking to push tentatively towards the offside, gets the inner portion of the bat. The ball trickles down to the mid-on region. Bowler himself does the fill-in, so resulting in 1 run. Melius back on strike. .88. So 2 sixes certainly will get him to 100. And speaking about sixes, he has struck some 11 sixes so far in his inning. A bit of byplay there by Jaden Elibok. Kimani Melius, cool, calm and collective out in the middle. And certainly we could see a different approach now by Melius. He is aware that he's into the 80s and look like he's pretty much determined to get to 100. He's not looking to force the issue like we saw early on in his innings.
Yes, with only 47 runs now required for victory, and he is well set on 89, just after the 11 runs he requires to get to that landmark. And he would have seen Noel Leo get a big 100 in the first innings. So he too would want to raise his bat and carry his team over the line to an outright victory.
From our vantage point, so I could hear him inquiring his score. So certainly he is aware that he is into the 80s. 11 shot. Sometimes it may not be the best approach to change what that has been working for you. But I'm certain pitch deliveries, if they are served up to him, certainly he's not going to have any second invitation. And looking to force this one off the back foot. Ball was a bit too close for that shot. So Melius. Kimani Sexius to Kimani Melius. First over, Sexius considered 11 runs. Full toss there, punches this one to Jamal James that covers. So certainly we could see a different approach there by Kimani Melius early on in the inning. It's almost certain that would have been deposited outside of the ground.
Yes, he really is putting a prize on his wicket right now, but I think it's more about getting to that milestone by any means necessary.
And this one is wide, and he cuts this one towards the backward point boundary for 4. So loose delivery there by Kimani Sexius to Kimani Melius. And he moves now into the 90s, moves on to 93.
A really loose delivery there by Kimani Sexius on that occasion. And Kimani Melius needed no second invitations and capitalizing on that one, cutting this one backward of point for 4. Only 7 more required for him for that landmark.
Good delivery there by Sexius. Rushes Melius into defense. So certainly the captain Melius is approaching a milestone, and he would want to get to those 3 figures. And in the process, it would be a nice feeling to get to 100 and to win a championship at the same time. So certainly those opportunities don't come too often. He would want to make maximum use of that opportunity. This one angling down the leg side. So Sexius has been one of the, well, actually the bowler that has not gone for too many so far. And then again, with Melius approaching his milestone, he's a bit more cautious.
Yes, he's been able to really restrict or reduce the scoring rate in the 1.5 overs that he has bowled so far. Not too many boundary deliveries being served up.
So far, he has only gone for two fours and a 6. So whether it's a cat and mouse situation out there, or he is genuinely missing his run up. Looking at the field placing, we only have 1 fielder. Actually, everybody is dropping out on the circles. Not I mean, it's a very strange field. Only the keeper is in the 40-yard circle, what we know as the 40-yard circle. And they have given him an easy single, so I would think that the ploy should be to keep Kimani on strike as much as possible, force him to play the big shot. But when you open up the field like this, he can just take singles at will. So I don't think Stephen Nitram has gotten this one right on this occasion.
Kimani Melius and the Gros team, they are really under no pressure here this afternoon. It's just further 42 runs to retain the championship. They are well poised on 110 for 2. Kimani Melius, he is 6 runs away from what would be flawless 100, an explosive 100. He has hit some 6 sixes and 4 fours, striking at 261. All of the Central Castries bowlers have been put under pressure from the first over. After the loss of Jad Goodman, we've seen total carnage from Kimani Melius.
So 1 scoring shot away from 100. And this one comes back and he punches it down to the long on region. 1 run resulting. So Melius strike rate certainly has dropped. It's 256. So very cautious approach there by both batsmen. This is not the typical Noel Leo we have come accustomed to, where he has been belting the ball to all parts of the ground. He is very respectful on this occasion, just pretty much content coming back. And on this occasion, the ball that kept low, this is the one he has decided that he was going to play the attacking shot. So buy signal on this occasion. 2 buys. The score now moves on to 113. 39 more runs required for an outright win. And on this occasion, this one is struck. One bounce to Theo Edward, who was coming off the long on boundary. So Melius, 95, can bring up his century in this delivery if he cares to. And this one is short, comes back and plays it down to the long on region. 1 run resulting. So the end of another over by Jaden Eli Box. Melius moves on to 94. So it looks like Melius is pretty much contented in getting through to 3 figures in singles.
Yes, a very quiet over in the context of what we have seen earlier in the innings from Kimani Melius. Nonetheless, the Grizzly team, they are marching towards an outright victory here at the Mindoo Phillip Park this afternoon. Kimani Melius set on 94 of 38 deliveries, and Noel Leo, who is a runner ball 14.
The man with the golden arm, he's been given the opportunity to deny Melius of 100. But I think Melius is pretty much set. He has made up his mind he's going to get them in singles unless Jamal Jim come bearing gifts. Wide outside the off stump. He cuts this one towards the point boundary. Marivena does the fill-in. So 1 run resulting. He moves on to 97. 36 more runs required for an outright win there for Rosalie. They have really dominated this game. And Noel Leo lofted this one straight, and it has gone for 6. So very effortless for a minute. The fielder at long on thought he was in business, only to realize the ball has gone sail past the outstretched hands. So 6 more to the total. 6 more to Noel Leo. He moves on to on this one. Outside the off stump, goes for the big expansive drive. The ball is traveling to the Vic and Foodman boundary for 4. So consecutive boundaries there for Noel Leo. And Groselade, they are inching closer now to victory. He's moved on to 24. Groselade, they have moved on to 126 for the loss of 2 wickets. So another 26 more runs required. And looking for the reverse sweep there by Noel Leo, looking to be a bit cute there. James has completed 4 deliveries so far in the over. Leo comes forward, plays this one back to the bowler. So certainly with 1 delivery left, one would think that he would want the skipper to be on strike with additional 3 more runs required for him to get to his century. And this one is split into the onside. They've gone through for the single. So the Jamal James experiment, it has considered some 12 runs. 127 for 2. So just 25 runs short of a championship victory.
Yes, and the Grizzly team, they are in cruise control at the moment with Captain Kimani Melius 3 runs short of what would be a brilliant 100, and Noel Leo providing good support. He is 25 of 19 deliveries.
So Eli Box to bowl his 4th over so far, 3 for 23. Comes back and pushes this one to Jamal James. No run resulting. Faster delivery, flat at the stumps. Noel is in defense, plays it back to the bowler Eli Box. Shot wide outside the off stump. Forces this one off the back foot into the cover region. When it comes off the extra cover boundary. So Melius is back on strike. Certainly Melius has changed his approach from the time he got into the 80s. 3 runs short of 100. And this one comes back and punches this one into the cover region. Moves on to 98. So certainly Melius has decided he's not going to throw away a golden opportunity of bringing up 3 figures in the finals. Very cautious indeed from the time he got into the 80s. Rio comes back and pushes this one straight to James. 1 delivery left in the over. Again, of the last delivery, ball is played onto the onside. So it looks like Noel Leo is chasing the over. So 140 for the loss of 2. So some 22 runs required for a comprehensive victory. 2 runs away. 2 runs more needed by the captain, Kimani Melius, for a 2nd century of the game. Noel Leo got the first one in the first innings, and Captain Melius is on course to get the 2nd century.
He has really led from the front. From the moment he walked out to bat, he has not looked back, and he has guided his team into a very commanding position so far.
So James to continue. And this one is lofted up in the air. Possibility of a catch, or he's going to travel all the way. It goes over the head of the fielder. I think it went with the breeze. I went a long way. 6 more. So the target now has been reduced to 16. Noel Leo might very well leave his captain stranded in the 90s.
I don't think we'll see that happening this afternoon. And Noel Leo, I must say that I have been impressed with the manner in which he's batted in the 2nd innings. He's really not given a chance, and he's just been a perfect partner for Kimani Melius, who's been at his destructive best this afternoon.
So 16 runs required for a victory. And this one is pushed gently into the cover region where Fio. Edward Fields, no run. This one is driven firmly back to the bowler. So 5 deliveries gone. Will it be a case where Noel Leo would be chasing the over again? That would be for the 4th consecutive time. Let's see what's going to happen. And again, perfectly placed for a single. So Noel Leo certainly knows how to chase the over. Can expertly find a single of the final delivery. So 15 more runs required. Leo moves on to 38. 146. Kimani Melius still 2 runs short of his 100.
Yes, good batsmanship from the two out there. The partnership is now worth 98, 2 shy of 100. And they are scoring at well over 10 runs and over. With just 15 required. No pressure. And Noel Leo, he has played this scenario brilliantly with Kimani just 2 shy of his landmark 3-figure score.
So a live box to continue. And this one, full ball on the pads. Place it to Tyler Sukwa, who's at the mid-wicket boundary. 1 run resulted. So Melius back on strike. 2 runs required. Will he go for the big shot or will he continue pushing the ball around to get to his 100? And this one is LBW. He is out. Again, we didn't get this very cautious approach. And coming back to a delivery that was on a full length, looking to work it into the leg side. And he was struck right in front of the stump. So it must be an agonizing defeat there for the captain Kimani Melius. But as I did indicate a little earlier on, what worked for him initially, he just changed his approach as soon as he got into the 80, and that was his downfall.
Very good innings coming to an end there from Kimani Melius. Anticlimactic, one would say. He had been so destructive up until that point when he got to 89, and he really did change his approach. And I think he just called singles from 89 all the way to 98. But kudos, credit must be given to Jaden Eli Box on this occasion, really beating him with a quicker one and getting him trapped in front. A good breakthrough for the Central Castries team. They were really made to pay earlier by Kimani Melius, and they would feel better now that they've gotten his wicket. But the writing is on the wall with just 14 runs left for the Gros team to retain the title as the 2-day champions.
Like the saying goes, if it's not broken, don't fix it. So certainly he had something good working for him. He was in a very attacking mode and realized that there was 100 there for the taking. Decided he's going to change his approach, and in the end was not the best approach. So Central Castries certainly would be happy. A moral victory for them. They would think that did not get 2 centuries scored of them in the finals. But I think for Grosley, as much as they would have wanted Kimani Melius to get to 100, I think the overall championship victory would be more important. It would be sweeter to celebrate.
Yes, and before this game, that's what the eyes would have been set on, retaining the title.
So, and very lazy bit of fielding there by Dylan John. Certainly not supporting the bowler. It is true the writing is on the wall, but at the same time, you really do not want to be just gifting batsmen runs. So now that Kimani Melius has gotten out, would the approach of Noel Leo change? Because we know that he was very cautious, looking to push the ball around. And we know that he can be very explosive. So, Edward was the one. Tariq Edward came in to replace the captain, Kimani Melius, who agonizingly fell 2 short of 100. But it was a very enterprising knock there by Kimani Melius with 11 fours and 4 sixes. So the umpire has just indicated is the last hour going to commence. Last what? But the Grosley team, I don't think they would need an hour to get the 12 required runs. I think Noel Leo can perhaps get them over the line in this over, in the next 2 deliveries possibly. And this one being hiked towards the square leg region where Murray Venner fields. 1 run resulting. So 11 more required. Edward comes forward, plays this one to Venner at the point region. No run resulting. So young Eden scoreless to continue. And this one is split off the pad there by Tariq Edward. Down to Dylan John, who comes off the long on boundary. 1 run resulting, so the score moves on to 142 for free. 10 runs away from what would be a comprehensive win. And Noel Leo has struck this one back past the bowler at the umpire had to take evasive action. And Dylan John really made a meal of it on the boundary line. The ball has gone through for 4. So the Grosley team, they are just 1 scoring shot away from victory. And speaking of 1 scoring shot, that may very well be it. This one is deposited over the wide long on region for 6. And I think this is victory. Yes, the Grosley team, they have gotten to 152. Comprehensive win there by Grosley. They have retained the 2-day championship, so congratulations to Grosley. They have done that successfully on the back of the captain Kimani Melius, who has gotten 98, and Noel Leo who finishes on 46 without loss. So certainly, Dexter, congratulations in order to the Grizzly team. A well-deserved victory. They really outplayed the Central Castries team in both innings.
Yes, Grizzly, they've really taken this competition by storm. They've played this competition unbeaten, and they've had some key contributors with both bat and ball all throughout the competition. And when it really did matter in the finals against your arch rivals, Central Castries, you know, they really put their hands up and never allowed Central Castries to get into the game or get too far ahead of the game when they were on top. So credit must be given to the Grizzly players, the management and the coaching staff on all the good work that they have done and retaining the championship.
So looking at the scorecard quickly, Jad Goodman, he was Scott Stephen from Bull Dylan John for no score. Can Elcock was run out by Tyler Sukwa for 1. Kimani Melius fell agonizingly short on 98. Certainly the approach was changed and it sort of backfired at him in the end. Noel Leo again putting up his hand with a contribution of 46. And the first innings he got 130. So good performance with the bat there by Noel Leo. And for Central Castries, Dylan John, he picked up 1 wicket for 53 runs of his 2 overs. And Jaden Libox, he picked up 1 for 29 of his 5 overs. So certainly the Grizzly team, as we did indicate, Dexter, with the first inning we saw in terms of the bats, we had Noel Leo with a top score of 130, and you had young Beyond Fanis who got a 5-wicket haul. And in the second innings, when Central Castries batted again, you had Lee John putting up his hand. I think he picked up 7 wickets. He picked up 8 wickets. So he certainly was the one who started with the ball. And with the batting in the second innings, you had Kimani Melius with 98 and Noel Leo with 46. So we had persons putting up their hands in both innings, both with bat and ball for the Grizzly team.
Yes, a really all-round effort from the Grizzly team, even in the field. You know, we had those catches being taken by Noel Leo, quite a few catches in the second innings. So all around with both bat, ball, and in the field, they really were the better team out there across the 2 innings.
Yes, so certainly congratulations again to the players. Captain Kimani Melius, certainly the coach Alton Crafton was putting a lot of work with them over the years. The manager, I think it's Thomas Elcock, sorry, my apology. And certainly they would be happy with the results. It's always nice when you could regain your championship. It's never an easy thing because everybody is gunning for you. And as you did indicate that they played unbeaten throughout the season. So that in itself is a remarkable achievement. So your overall impression of the finals, Dexter?
Yes, I believe that Central Castries, they didn't do their best or didn't perform to the best of their ability with the bat in the first innings. And Grizzly really capitalized on that. And they went ahead in the game and they never looked back. Much better performance from Grizzly with the Central Castries, with the bat a second time around. Their innings lasting over 50 overs, and that's what you would look for, especially in a 2-day encounter when time is really not a big factor. You would expect the batsmen to put their head down and really bat for a long period of time, and Central Castries did show their ability in the second innings. However, with a lead of only 151, we would have expected it to be a little bit more of a challenge for the Grizzly team. But when you have players with the likes of Kimani Melius and Noel Leo, who are just attacking players by nature, Kimani Melius really took the ball, the bull by its horns and played a magnificent innings of 98 of 40-something deliveries, falling just shy of 100. And with the ball, you know, you had the likes of Beyond Fanis and Lee John. All those guys are way below the age of 25.
So the future does look bright for Gros cricket and St. Lucia cricket by extension.
Yes, well said indeed. Certainly, Central Castries and Gros perennial rivals. Central Castries certainly will have to go back to the drawing boards. Some of the senior players really did not come to the party, and they certainly would need to look at their season, look at the finals in particular, on what could have been done differently. I certainly think that in terms of the bowling changes, first innings, we looked at the time that the likes of Jaden Elibox, who is your premier spinner, came into the attack. But all in all, they did not play to their full potential. I think some of the key players did not come to the party. Unlike Grosley, you had the likes of Noel Leo, Kim Animelius, the captain, really stood up when it matters. I think a lot would have been expected of the Central Castries team, especially from the captain, Stephen Nitram, to really put up his hand, and we did not see that happening. But these things happen sometimes, but it's always a learning process, and there are quite a few young players in the midst that is Central Castries, so they have something to work with. So certainly it's just a question of going back to the drawing boards and do what is required, and then they could come back and be a little more competitive.
Yes, for Central Castries, from their perspective, they, like you said, they do have quite a few young players in their ranks. You have Cipriani Norville, you have Aiden Scholar, you have Keith and Charlemagne. Those guys, they took the opportunity. They're not on the winning side in this game, but with the likes of Jamal James, Stephen Natram, Jaden Libox, those guys are full of experience. So these guys would be able to, pass on their knowledge and advice to those younger guys and not discourage them, so that we could see an even stronger Central Castries setup in the tournaments to come later next year.
Yes, so well said. So on behalf of Dexter Solomon, Joseph St. Math, statistician Roland Cox, Oliver was our technical director, and the cameraman who we have to thank for his brilliant work. I am Greg Wilson, saying thank you for following us for the last 2 days, and we will see you some other time. Good evening.